Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours.
Sound check.
Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakopmund Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakopmund Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patent.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience and being very wonderful people. I'd like to ask that for those of us who are still standing, if you're not part of the fourth estate who are filming, let's please take our seats and I will walk you through what will happen just so we start our event. So anybody who's at the back, please help me and get your seats. For those who are walking in now, please may the ushers and the team help us to sit. Our guest of honor, who's Her Excellency Major Retired Jessica Lupo, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, is with us. And the team that is with her, our line minister, Honorable Norbert Mao, who's the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We also have part of the delegates that are actually with her. She'll walk in and we have exhibitors at the back of the room, including a couple of businesses that I'll brief you in. Once that exhibition quickly sweeps through, she'll join us and her team on stage. We'll have our anthems and start the morning. Again, thank you so much for your patience. I'm Flavia Tumsime Kabura. I'll take you through the morning. The team with our guest of honor, please feel free to walk through that. We have a couple of businesses at the back. As you know, this is the Women in IP conference. We are having a conversation around intellectual property rights, not just being creatives and having great ideas, but making sure that you can actually earn from your ideas, have rights for your ideas, and also access. The businesses at the back that will be seen and accessed, I'll give you a tea break later on so you can actually walk through if you haven't had the opportunity. We have at the start, Tanya's reusable sanitary pads, who've been in business for 3 years. You can hear from the name, it's reusable pads. The conversation is around fighting menstrual poverty, that girls in this country will have access to sanitary towels at an affordable price. Cheap is the word she used, but I'd like to use the word affordable. They are reusable, which means that you can actually keep using them beyond the first route or the first round. And they're eco-friendly and safe for the girls. So Tanya's reusable pads is the first business that our guest of honor will be taking a look at. We've got the second business, which is pretty much in the same category, Menstrualizer. The lady who came up with this, it's a tracking calendar which sort of helps you to see your safe and unsafe days. And when we say safe, we mean the days that you have your menses and how to then, she says ideally it's a family planning method, but tracking your periods is menstrualizer, and you can access and see that later on today. We have our third business, Mummy Pads. This is for the ladies in their postpartum weeks or days. It's a health safety method to be able to track the amount of blood that a new mom loses, so that in those first few days you're taken care of. So Mummy Pads is a third business. Magezi Arts and Exhibition Center has been in business since 2008. I was actually honored to read her book. She's a visually impaired Ugandan woman who has taken the arts. She's actually a director and curator of art. That might be something you might want to look at. It's at the back later on, Magezi Arts Center. There's Cloud Green, which has been in business for 5 years. And this is a platform which, listen to it, it connects SME farmers to the marketplace. So you have your seeds, you have your plants, you have all this, and it connects you to the marketplace. You also have Jenna Herbals Limited. I think most Ugandans out of COVID are very, very familiar with Jenna Herbals. For our guests who are visiting from the different countries, we might have championed the answer to COVID. Might, I don't want to be politically correct here, but Covidex, which was one of the leading treatments to COVID, was actually here, and they're actually showcasing. Before I tell you the next business, please, we have our guest of honor, who is the Vice President of Uganda, Her Excellency Major Retired Jessica Alupo, in the building now with us. She's being taken through, and I know she's not alone, so I'll just take you through who's in the room with us. Our line minister, Honorable Norbert Mao, is with us, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We have Honorable Monica Musenero, who's here in the morning as well, the Minister for Science, Technology and Innovations in the Office of the President. We also have, of course, since this is a Uganda Registration Services Bureau event, we do have, for example, our Registrar General, Ms. Mercy Kenobisho. We also have on that list, Mr. Bemanya Twebaze, the Director General for ARIPO, as you've been seeing on the screens what ARIPO does. ARIPO is the African Regional Intellectual Property Organizations, brings together 22 member states, all represented in this room, your guest of honor. We also have, she'll be speaking to us later. I can see her in front here with me. She's not part of the delegation, but I'll still recognize the presence of Miss Nancy Samrio. Thank you for being here from AFRIPI. We'll look forward to hearing your remarks. I'm not able to see clearly, but I'm guessing we're also recognizing the presence of Honorable Jeje Odong, Minister of Foreign Affairs, who's in the room with us. Will be represented later on or show up later on, but thank you so much. So the businesses, I know as VP goes through, I'll actually help since I can see on the screen. Great. That's Tanya's Reusable Pads, the first business that was being showcased. We're now going to Mummy Pads, which is a postpartum option for mothers in their first days or weeks of having a baby to track blood loss and support in that time. I said there'll be another business. There's actually a business all the way from Zimbabwe. Yes, so this was actually fantastic to know. If you're anywhere on any of the platforms, especially Instagram, just look for, I'll get you the name, I'll get you. It's from Zimbabwe, and they have, there you go. It's Pickmost Collection from Zimbabwe, and they actually have artifacts from bags to shoes, to accessories. So if you have a moment, you'll be able to go at the back later on to see that. I like the diversity as well. It is not just about Uganda, especially as we're represented with 22 member states. It helps to know that we can work better if we're together. So yes. The business right now that our guest of honor is looking at is Jenna Herbals Limited. They have everything from not just the Covidex that I talked about, from flu medicine, cough medicine, and all made from herbs. And you'll be interested to know that actually some of the herbs and plants and trees that they use are very own indigenous that are grown here. So great stuff there. Right. Yes, that is Pick Most Collections, as you can see on the screen, from Zimbabwe. Actually, no, this particular one is Magezi Arts and Exhibition Center. Visually impaired, but you can see all the beauty that comes when they tell you that disability is not inability. She's a great definition. For many years, since 2008, she's come up with some really great designs. She's curated art pieces, artworks, many collections. So yes, great stuff there. And she's also an author, by the way. Yes, you do well to read her book. The particular art center is in Namirembe, if you're able to access it. And there's Cloud Green. I mentioned Cloud Green is a platform. Since, you know, a lot of the conversation around intellectual property is a tech-based conversation, they're a platform. So what Cloud Green does is that all our farmers, not just in Kampala here, but throughout Uganda, they actually help them find the marketplace for what they actually have produced, so their harvest. Imagine if you, at seeding and planting, you know you're guaranteed a marketplace, so thank you for that. Right? I would have asked you to sit, but I might have asked you to stand in a second, so I think we'll just stay standing. I'd also like to have Mark get close by. Mark Togume, if you can. And welcome to the different countries that are joining us today. I don't know if you're already feeling the warmth. What you're feeling is slightly cold is just the AC, that's not Ugandan. But the warmth and the love and the hospitality, that's very, very Ugandan. Welcome to our country. If it's your first time, what a shame, you've never been to all this beauty. But nonetheless, if you can make extra time for the extra days, we'll be more than glad to show you all the wonderful things that we have in this country. Also the smart heads that URSB has, they'll be more than glad, of course, ARIPO and AFRIPI, to have the conversations that are related to intellectual property. All right. I don't know if we have her here, but in the conversation of intellectual property, I know that we also have someone representing the artists or musicians, so later on we'll be able to see if she made it. Actually doing well. She's one of our biggest exports as a comedian. So in the conversation on intellectual property, we'll be able to share our talents as well later on. Okay? Okay. I think we've seen most of the businesses. So like I said and I shared, that we'll be having our guest of honor and the team walk straight. We'll have our anthems, our prayer, and we'll get right into the conversation. I know we are looking at the time, but trust me, I'll keep it within what we agreed and scheduled. So no worries at all. In fact, from henceforth, don't look at your clock or your time. I got you. So welcome. Of course, our host is URSB. They're championing this conversation. Precious, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first. We're hosting the first. So kudos to Uganda. And you will see by the end of the day why. Round of applause. It's the African way when something great happens. Yeah. We will show you why we are the first. We innovate around excellence. And so it's good that we are the first to host. So the particular business they're looking at right now is Cloud Green. Like I said, it would be fantastic for all our farmers. Our backbone really is agriculture. And imagine if at planting season and at getting all the seeds, you knew at the end that you had a customer and you didn't have to think of where the customer will come from. They do that. They take all the hard work out and they look for your marketplace, no matter the region that you are in Uganda, and they'll take care of that. I mean, that's the whole reason of, tech to actually enable ease. So she's explaining. And isn't that brilliant that we have young women able to champion these conversations and innovations, and which is why intellectual property is important. Why suffer with all your hard work and bring brilliant ideas if they cannot be protected and innovated around? I'm going to ask the team at the back to help me because there's a particular partner who was meant to actually showcase, but by the nature of their product, they couldn't showcase inside the room, Kira Motors. So what we can do as our guest of honor looks through, if the team can just play their product placement and add on the screen so that we can sort of give them their flowers, even if they're not able to showcase. But if you are, I think our team of delegates actually using the Kira Motor buses, if I'm not. They've actually offered the buses. Is there representation for Kira Motors in the room? Yes? I had a yes. Great. So maybe let's have that play so that we can give them at least their time as well as our guest of honor gets to the stage. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, our guest of honor is here with us, Her Excellency Major Retired Jessica Alupo, who is the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. I have our Line Minister, Honorable Norbert Mao, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And we also have Honorable Monica Msenero, who's the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovations in the Office of the President, also here. Welcome. And I'll just go through on the list of those up there. You're also looking at the Director General for the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, which brings together the 22 member states, Mr. Bemanya Twebaze. Welcome. We also have representing His Excellency Mr. Jan Sadek, we've got Carolina Hedstrom. Yes, the head of cooperation at the EU delegation in Uganda. We also have retired Honorable Ambassador Francis Butajada, who's our board chairman. Welcome. We also have apologies for that. Let's have the anthem so that we can get right into it. We'll do all the protocol once everyone is seated for ease. Anthems, please.
Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Our God and Father, we thank you for this day and landmark conference. Thank you for all the dignitaries and delegates who have made it safely to this conference. Thank you for the team that has organized this wonderful event. We pray that all our discussions and deliberations for these next 3 days will be fruitful in advancing the intellectual property interests of women all over the African continent. We thank you and pray all this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Mark. We can take our seats now. Thank you so much. Also, you know, once you're all seated, I breathe better. When you're all standing and hovering over me, I'm not sure if I'm in trouble or not. So let's start again. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning, and thank you for the patience of everyone who's been in the room. I'm Flavia Tumsime Kabura, Flavia for today, for this morning. I will be your host for the morning until the afternoon. I'll take you through the events and what needs to happen. I am a media personality, a communications consultant, and a very proud woman, since we're women in IP. I should know a bit about IP because I'm in the creative business, and many times you create, you have a great idea, but you don't really have the information gap on how that becomes property, something you can commercialize and actually innovate around and get paid for, in simple terms. And things like intellectual property need a lot of information and training for people to understand what you're talking about. I have a lot of lawyers in this room, and if you all start talking, you'll be talking to yourselves. You might lose most of us in all of this. So it's good to have people like us who speak to you, understand the messaging, and then bring it to the creatives or to the people who are innovating and have great ideas, so they can understand what their rights are. Because Nancy would say that is really what you are, intellectual property rights expert, because intellectual property is useless if people do not know their rights. So once again, a warm welcome to our guest of honor, who's retired Major Jessica Lupo, our vice president. I really enjoy saying line minister because then I know how the chain moves. The minister and we will not discuss these things here because I want to wait for his speech and see where he has missed the markings because he knows too well the rights of people. Honorable Norbert Mao, welcome, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in the Republic of Uganda. I also have retired Honorable Ambassador Francis Butajira, the board chairman for URSB. And on the other end, I have Mr. Bemanya Twebaza, who's the Director General for ARIPO. You've had ARIPO if you've been in the room, and we had on the screen a couple of videos explaining what ARIPO is. Brings together 22 member states. I believe all the 22 are represented in this room, Nancy, am I right? All the 22. So a big hello. We would have gone through all the countries, but welcome nonetheless. So Mr. Bemanya Travers, welcome. And I also have representing Mr. Jan Sadek, who's the ambassador of the European Union. Hi, Carolina. Good morning. Welcome. Carolina Hedstrom is the head of cooperation in the EU delegation here in Uganda. Once again, welcome. I'm particularly excited that there's a conversation around women, when it comes to IP, but I don't like when conversations around women and anything are down to pity. And it's, okay, we must do it. I'll have you know that most of the innovations, I have a tech background. I pivoted to that. And most of the innovations that end up thriving, the startups that end up making that bottom line, because we all care about the zeros, are actually women-led and women innovated. So if we are the chunk of great ideas, if we are the chunk of the bottom line, you should care about us. So this conversation isn't by mistake. Focusing on women who are creating is not by mistake. There's a deep need for a conversation on women in IP. And I don't have to tell you that, when you invest in a woman, you invest in an economy, you invest in a family, you invest in a nation, that's why the country is she. Is God a woman? Honorable, you know these things. You've met God, and God is a woman, isn't it? Hopefully you can tell that story today. So it's not by mistake, but I hope the conversations line deeper. They learn to all industries, they line to all categories, and they go far and wide. Because I'm one of those people, think about journalists. People don't like us. We hold you accountable in the worst way possible with a microphone and a camera. I want these conversations to come from here, whatever we discuss, for it to then seep deeper into the people who would actually benefit from it. So I look forward to holding you accountable. But it would be a shame if I was the one who went on and on about. I'd like to welcome somebody who will probably open the floor and actually give the opening remarks as our host, if I can say that. I am your host in one way, but this is truly our host for the day. I would like to welcome the Registrar General for Uganda Registration Services Bureau. We are Africans, so I'm going to test it out. How do we clap and welcome people? How do we do it? Okay. Miss Mercy Kainowisho, welcome to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Flavia. I don't think my voice is as good as yours. I would have preferred to pick on that microphone. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Major Retired Jessica Alupo, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the representative of the European Union to the Republic of Uganda, our dear Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, our dear Minister in charge of Science, Technology and Innovation, Office of the President, Honorable Monica Musenero, the representative of the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program, the representative, the Director General of African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, Mr. Bemanya Twebaze, the project leader of the Intellectual Property Rights Innovation in Africa, FRIPI, Ms. Aida, who is represented by our dear friend Nancy, the chairman of the board of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Right Honorable Ambassador Francis Utajira, the board members of Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I also recognize the judges and justices of courts of judicature, the permanent secretaries present, heads of government institutions, my fellow colleagues from the Registrar Generals that are represented here from the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it? It seems cold in the room, but I believe that by the end of the 3-day engagement, we shall be warmer and more smiley. I welcome you to the first Women in Intellectual Property Conference in Africa, supported by the Africa Regional Intellectual Property Organization, the World Intellectual Property Organization, and the Intellectual Property Rights and Innovation in Africa project, AFRIPI. I am pleased on behalf of my team, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, to host you here in this Munyonyo grounds, and to our delegates that have traveled from far spaces in Africa, since the members of ARIPO are in 22 countries. You are very welcome, and we thank God that you arrived safely and you're already enjoying the beautiful environment of Uganda. In a special way, I would like to recognize my colleagues, the Registrar Generals of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organizations. I know many of them sent women to represent them, the Women Innovation, but I see my colleagues from Mauritius and so on. Please stand up for recognition. All the delegates that came from the 22 member states for the first time in Uganda, please stand up and we welcome you the Ugandan way. Already Flavia demonstrated how we welcome. You're very welcome to this nation of Uganda. It's very beautiful, the Pearl of Africa. Feel at home, please. You may resume your seats. Your presence here and your participation in this conference is a testament of your dedication and commitment, and flying all the way to come to Uganda to discuss matters that relate to the intellectual property ecosystem in support and done by women. Your Excellency, I would like in a special way to extend our gratitude to you as the highest female in leadership in this country, as the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. Your busy schedule is appreciated by the fact that you allowed to come and preside over this conference is a testament of your commitment, representation, and dedication to the women of Uganda and the women of Africa. We thank you. Your Excellency, we also deliver our gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, whose vision has enabled us as women of Uganda, women of Africa, to grow in terms of business formalization, intellectual property, innovations, science, technology, and innovation, to mention but a few, but also creating a peaceful environment that is secure for us to think and create. We all believe that an environment that is not peaceful cannot enable women to think, women to create, or women to run businesses. And we thank His Excellency for his visionary leadership for creating this environment. You have seen the women of Uganda and the women of Africa growing in the areas of entrepreneurship, creativity, and innovation at all ages and in all categories. I'd like to extend my special thanks to the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization. The Director General is a Ugandan, Mr. Bemanya Twebaze, and is a former Registrar General of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and has done a lot in terms of promoting the intellectual property ecosystem in Africa. We would like to thank the AFRIPI, the EU IPO, the European Intellectual Property Office, whose project has supported a lot of activities in intellectual property, and including this Women Conference. Your efforts have paved a way for a more inclusive and innovative future for Africa, for the African girl child, for the Ugandan girl child. And I acknowledge all you, our partners, for the support. In a special way, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to our minister. The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has been extremely supportive. I'd like to thank you, Honorable Minister. Your support, your guidance, your mentorship, and your humor have enabled us to get here. We thank you very much for inviting for us the Vice President, and I believe that in the future conferences, we shall continue to engage at that level. In a special way, Uganda Registration Services Bureau would like to extend its gratitude to the board of the institution. The chairman of the board will be giving his remarks, but I'd like to thank you, the board of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, for the support that you continue to give us as an institution that is charged with protecting, registering, and enforcing your intellectual property. And it's no wonder that Uganda always shines in all the international and regional spaces that we represent in terms of intellectual property. Uganda sits on various committees at the African Intellectual Property Organization level. Uganda also sits at the Global World Intellectual Property Organization committees in terms of growing and promoting intellectual property, including the women projects. Your Excellency, we appreciate the support that has been given throughout at all levels that has helped us to grow our intellectual property registry, which started way back in 1910 in Uganda. And we have all these records in our registry that is digitized, and we are always happy to share the first registrations in terms of intellectual property up to now, that we have never missed any record. And we always ask ourselves, even the wars did not affect our record system. And it shows you the commitment of government in securing the future and the recordation of all the intellectual property registrations and related matters. We believe that as women gathered here to discuss matters that relate to science, technology, and innovation, that relate to intellectual property, that relate to business registration, formalization, and entrepreneurship, We will gather a lot of ideas in the next 3 days. We'd like in a special way to appreciate the exhibitors that are out there. The exhibitors, and one of them is a special person that I would like to present to you, Your Excellency Rita. If you can walk through here and I present you to the Vice President. Among all the exhibitors, I met Rita, I think 10 years ago. Rita is visually impaired, or otherwise known as blind, completely blind. She runs a studio of art, and her station is in Namirembe Guest House. She's supported by the daughter, but every time I go to Rita's studio, every time we have such activities, we invite her to exhibit. She's a story. She presents a story of that African woman that will never give up. An African woman, despite the resources, the physical challenges, please come through here. She will make her way and give you that motivation and encouragement that you can make it and there's no excuse. Rita, in my 2 minutes that are remaining in these remarks, I'd like you to greet the Vice President, your before ministers. You just tell your story in just 2 minutes. And so that we learn from it. Thank you. Okay. Relax.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. And okay. Thank you very much, my dear. Protocol observed. My name is Rita Namanja Kivumbi. Losing sight 15 years ago, I was a curator and art director at Makerere University Art Gallery. It wasn't an easy experience. As a young woman that time, I'm like, okay, what am I going to do? What about the arts? Because my aim was to promote art in Uganda, like the IP we are talking about today. And then I'm like, Rita, no pity party, let's get moving. It wasn't easy, but because of positive thinking, I got up and I started Magizi Arts Exhibition Center, where in a year, we train like 250 blind. Thank God for different organizations which come up. And then at my gallery, we also train others who are differently gifted. And I keep on. I myself, I still paint, do textile design and jewelry, as I also train others who come at our art gallery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita. My dear friend, we love you so much, and thank you for always inspiring us. Yes, you can make your way, you can resume your seats. And very lastly, Your Excellency, I take this opportunity to thank the URSB team. I have been away on leave for the last 4 weeks. I'm just returning back. And this shows you the kind of team that we work with. They've arranged all this. URSB team, you know. Let me present you to the Vice President as I close. Please come through so that I present a very amazing team that serves above self. I'm a Rotarian, and we always say Rotarians serve above self. But we have a team in Uganda that serves the public sector day and night. But of course, they create time for their families. All of these happily, we are all happily married. And our spouses have no complaints. So we don't want to feel that we are overworked. Yes, colleagues, I would like to thank you so very much. If we were to give the heroes recognitions, please come through. You'd be my heroes, would give you those medals that you deserve. You work so hard. You are resilient. And you have made Uganda proud, because we are one of the best serving institutions as URSB. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, this is a great team. I know at an opportune time, we'll take a picture with you through the protocol clearances. You may resume your seats as the committee that arranged this stays behind. The committee did a lot of work. It is full of energetic young people, patriotic, led by Madam Patience Buhichire Karazare. Thank you very much for the great work that you have done, but we shall award you after the 3 days. We've just started, and this is just to motivate you that we are happy so far. May God continue to bless you. I thank you very much, and to the women innovation, and to the men that support us. We can't do without men. We can't. Even when we were making these invitations, some men were saying, is it only for women or even men? We can't do without you. You know that. God made it very clear. Women cannot do without men. It is a fact. It is on record. It is biblical. So whether we are innovation, whether we are in what, and so we work with you and we count on your support as men. So thank you to the men that are here to support us. We count on you, and may God bless you. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Registrar General, for URSB and for giving that team, the much needed love. I'm sure they've actually, amazed by that, because, it's all the hard work, you need to be recognized. This event is a success because we have partners who have also supported this. Of course, we mentioned ARIPO, which is headed by the Director General, Mr. Bemanya Twebaze, who's on stage, will be giving his remarks later on. The other partner is AFRIPI, who are well known for intellectual property rights. In fact, they do training on IPR, technical assistance, they offer capacity building support, and so much more. And I'd like to welcome the project leader for the intellectual property rights and innovation in Africa, AFRIPI. Please welcome Ms. Nancy Samoriwo. Welcome to give your remarks.
Thank you. Let me start by acknowledging that I actually represent my project leader, Ms. Ida Galindo, who's not here. But good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time and time alone, please allow me to respectfully align with the protocol salutations so eloquently expressed by my esteemed predecessor speaker, Mercy, a lady that inspires me and that I admire for so long. I wish you all a good morning. I'm deeply honored to represent AFRIPI this morning as a woman, and more so as a woman of color. This affirms the noteworthy positive strides of the European Union and the European Union Intellectual Property Office, the EUIPO, that are actively taking time to create a culture of diversity, inclusion, and opportunity for all women involved in IP. The need for institutional introspection and affirmative action to actualize women's empowerment in the IP systems begins and looks like this. In keeping with the ethos of both African and European cultural norms that are infused into the framework of the AFRIPI project, allow me to start these remarks with a few words of thanks. Firstly, to the political leadership that is in this room today, of this beautiful Pearl of Africa, thank you graciously for hosting this event in your lovely country, which we also call home, deriving from the communal ethos that underscores the AFRIPI project's Pan-African focus. To the Registrar General of the URSB, Mercy, as I already said, I admire you, and I've admired you for a long time. Please allow me to thank you and your team for their tireless efforts to execute the event with a hallmark excellence that is synonymous with the URSB events. Most notably, for the ARIPO community, the momentous hosting of the Kampala Diplomatic Conference during the height of the COVID-19 in this beautiful venue in August 2021, ironically, is full circle this August month again. Thank you, Mercy, and your team. To the Director General of ARIPO, although a man full of vision, he was the one who conceptualized this activity to underscore the seriousness with which he regards women in IP. And my project leader, Ms. Ida Galindo, to whom I pay tribute today, agreed that with the DG, this would be the ARIPO AFRIPI flagship event for 2024. Thank you, Director General, for elevating us women to a flagship event. To the European Union, represented by Carolina, I would like to say thank you to the ambassador and to the EU. In Africa, Carolina, I know you're coming from Yemen. We do have quite a lot of cliche statements. I'll tell you one. It says, "Don't tell me, show me," which is a testament to the power of demonstrable impact and practical results. With this cliche in mind today, Carolina, I hope you vividly see the payoffs of the EU's significant investment in the AFRIPI project. Thank you. Regarding AFRIPI, I will not take this opportunity to dwell on it, because in the program, you will see that there's a day tomorrow when we'll be talking about the project and its activities in detail. But for quick alignment, allow me to quickly point out that AFRIPI is an international cooperation project which is directed by the EU and co-funded by the EU IPO. AFRIPI's main objective is to promote intra-African trade and investment between Europe and Africa. The AFRIPI project recognizes the critical role of intellectual property rights in achieving this objective. But in passing, allow me to emphasize that through AFRIPI, the EU's approach consists of respecting relevant policy frameworks on either side, the European and the African, in a demonstrable spirit of respect, equality, consultative engagement, the quintessential elements of modern-day global cooperation. We respect Africa, we respect Europe, we are one. And those are the principles, Carolina, that guide the AFRIPI project. These policy frameworks include the EU's Global Gateway on the EU side, to which I will defer to you, Carolina, for elaboration. But on the African side, where I sit on the AFRIPI side of things, these frameworks reflect in the African Continental Free Trade Area, the African Union's Agenda 2063, and the Continental Strategy on Geographical Indications, which is currently under extension. I do not wish to belabor the point, so I'll turn to this activity. Despite the many changes and the many opportunities gained, we all agree that challenges, some systematic, some localized, continue to limit and negatively affect women's optimal participation in the ICOS ecosystem. So one of the conference's main challenges is to reconfigure our views, and Rita challenged us. We need to reimagine the existing barriers and limitations, less as challenges, but critical milestones that can create a strategic roadmap of affirmation and affirmative actions for strengthening women's active participation in all aspects of the IP ecosystem. But what does this entail? One, it involves going beyond creating the beautiful hashtags that we're going to create today. This event is and should be a call to action on several dimensions. Firstly, let's redefine our perceptions about innovation and IP as we're challenged by Rita. IP is not only about esoteric or abstract innovations like redefining Einstein's special relativity theory, from which are far removed from day-to-day realities. I think, as our beautiful MC said, we need to bring down innovation to day-by-day realities. Some of the definitive innovations have been simpler in understanding, yet revolutionary in effect. The toilet paper, the ladies' bra invented by Mary Phelps Jobs, which, hopefully, I hope many of us still wear today. Hard sciences, physics, robotics are disciplines which are no doubt fertile ground for essential innovations, but still we need IP field. Here, allow me typically to digress a little into William Shakespeare's Macbeth. In Act 3, Scene 4, which I used to illustrate the text of my point, Macbeth says, "What men dare, I dare? I repeat that. What man dare? I dare. And I want you to read that, not just as man, but also as mankind. And he addresses this to the ghost of Banquo, the king that he has killed. From this text, allow me to highlight and advocate 2 points that I wish us women and men here today will take home. Just 2 points: spirit and morality. Spirit. In his statement, Macbeth expresses a bold and assertive perspective on his willingness to confront all challenges anyone can take. Therefore, what men dare, I dare, is a yardstick for handling challenges of mankind beyond us being just men and women. This means that we as women in this conference must affirm our beliefs and help each other as women to find strength in the stronger ones through ourselves, through connection, through networking, through mentoring, through similar initiatives, so that we at least align on innovation and IP as social imperatives, undeniably, unequivocally, unchangeably. We can do this through the indefatigable tenacity, which I sometimes call the Ave Maria spirit of being. For it is not by might, it is not by power, it is by the Spirit. So that's why we need to have that spirit of innovation. The second point I mentioned from this text of Macbeth is morality. It is important, more so here in Uganda, where we've been talking about morality and religion. The fact that Macbeth has murdered his king is a moral issue of relevance, underscoring the point that I seek to make about women in IP innovation within the context of this conference. As I see it, in this conference, as already has been made, women, we are not crybabies. We are not entitled, privilege-seeking women interested to find out what IP can bring to our table. Today, the question is, what do we, women in IP, bring to that table, not the table coming to us? We must be able to say, we are not just women, but we are women and just. These are 2 cumulative characteristics that are mutually inclusive for them to convey any moral weight. So through this transposition, a clear picture emerges. As women, we must encourage each other instead of focusing on debilitating, senseless competition amongst ourselves, which serves no greater purpose than ego inflation. We must support each other. We must celebrate each other. Ultimately, we must be able to say in affirmation of each other, of those torchbearers that were before our time, they were. Of those torchbearers that remain, like Mercy, we are. Of those that are running the race like us, I am every woman. Because regardless of whatever rendition of this Ashford and Simpson song that you choose, whether it's Chaka Khan or Whitney Houston, there's a reason why I am every woman is an iconic song. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, please accept AFRIPI's sincerest and my best wishes for a conference that is not only impactful, but also yields sustainable outcomes. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nancy Samario, representing AFRIPI, and indeed, I am every woman. Thank you. You made a remark that I think also our Registrar General hinted on about men are not excluded from the story. They're part of the story, and you've made a good note to say that there's a man full of vision. From ARIPO, who actually is not just here as just a title, but here to champion that women get the rights in IP as they do, please. So please help me welcome with a thunderous, full of vision clap for the Director General of African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, Mr. Bemanya Twebaze, to give his remarks.
Excellency, Major Retired Jessica Rupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Norbert Mao, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the representative of the Ambassador of the European Union to the Republic of Uganda, Ambassador Francis Butagira, the Chairman of Uganda Registration Services Bureau and all the board members present, Ms. Mase Keinobgisho, Registrar General, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the representative of the project leader, Intellectual Property Rights and Innovation in Africa, Afripi Nancy, Your Excellency, amongst the audience, my direct bosses, so allow me to recognize the members of the Administrative Council of ARIPO present, distinguished delegates from ARIPO member states, all resource persons, honorable ministers present, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to address you all on behalf of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization at this inaugural conference of intellectual property and women under the theme Enhancing Women's Participation in IP. I would like at the outset to come out clear. I know, Nancy, you said that this was my idea. Yes, I own the idea, but the truth is that the Registrar General one time phoned me in one of our meetings and said, we must have something for women. So please appreciate the original owner of the idea, and thank you very much. And why she was able to approach me, Your Excellency, is that she knows that I love working with women. My saying that has landed me into trouble previously, but I will continue saying I love working with women because women deliver. So women who are present, the men, please appreciate the women present. And I say this with evidence. I've worked with some of the women here. Allow me to point out Irene Mugisha, the CEO of Presidential CEO Forum. We came a long way. I think I was one of the original 5 board members that appointed by His Excellency the President as the directors of the Presidential CEO Forum. So in introducing you, Irene, I'm also talking about the contribution I've made to Uganda in that forum. And I sent in my resignation. I've never heard from you, but I want to believe it was rejected because soon I'll be coming back. Thank you very much. So these are the women, but also allow me to appreciate the women. I came with the wonderful women from Zimbabwe. The women, gentlemen don't stand, gentlemen actually. The women I came with, amazing women. Nancy, we came on the same flight. This is a women's conference. This is a women's thing. I talk with evidence. I love working with women. I'm privileged to be with you here. Thank you very much. At the outset, permit me to pay special tribute to the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Major Retired Jessica Rupo, who, despite her decidedly busy schedule, has graced this conference to preside over its opening. Your Excellency, at my next speech, I'll be saying, I work with women, including women vice presidents. So from now, we've been working together for the last 5 minutes. So next you hear that we are working. Thank you very much for the inspiration that you bring to this conference. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President, your presence here is a testament of the government of Uganda's commitment to redress gender disparity in the socio-economic affairs of the country by empowering women to realize their full potential. Allow me also to recognize a member of ARIPO's Council of Ministers, the Honorable Norbert Mao, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. I know you must have invited him as the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, but I want to say he's here as my direct boss, as a member of the Council of Ministers, and he's been doing a great job, Your Excellency. bringing so much value and knowledge at the Council of Ministers. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, and we look forward to receiving you at the next session of the Council of Ministers. Allow me to recognize another woman I've worked with very closely for the last 15 minutes. Honorable Dr. Monica Masanza Musenero, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Office of the President. Thank you very much for the inspiration. And we've had very inspiring discussions about transforming women in science and technology. We look forward to those results that you've been sharing with us, and we are here to support you, Honorable Minister. Your Excellency, this Conference on Women in IP is the first of its kind in the region of Africa, and I would like to say that according to the World Economic Forum, women comprise 58% of Africa's self-employed population and contribute around 13% of the continent's total GDP. In other words, whereas women are on par with men with respect to participation in economic activity, their output, measured in the gross domestic product, is far less than men at only 13%. This implies women's economic activities characterized by informality, which keeps them out of the formal system. In the creative and innovation sectors, where formalization entails acquisition of intellectual property rights, only 1 in 8 listed inventors in the patent documents in the world is a woman. Only 1 out of 8. Those are the statistics. Numbers tell us a story, and we must, like the previous speakers have said, change this narrative, because 8%, 1 out of 8 is not something that we should be very proud about. Globally, women inventors are almost 40 years behind men in patenting. 40 years behind men in patenting. And according to the Global Gender Gap in Innovation and Creativity report by the World Intellectual Property Organization, women inventors were involved in only 23% of all international patents between 1999 and 2020. I'm giving these statistics so that we understand where we stand. We come here to celebrate the contribution of the women have made, but also to understand with figures and numbers what is on the ground and make appropriate interventions. Going by this trend, women's creative and innovative effort will be recognized on parity with men in around the year 2061. Honorable Dr. Musenero, I know you're talking about involving women, girls in science, technology. At the current pace, you'll achieve your results in the year 2061. But we can work together to bring this closer. In the meantime, women will continue to miss out on the opportunity and reward afforded by intellectual property for economic effort for generations to come. Your Excellency, this is untenable. At ARIPO, we believe that 50%, which are the women population, namely women who should be recognized and rewarded for their contribution to development in our economies through an effective and accessible intellectual property system covering the 22 member states of Africa, whom I'm glad that all of them, all the 22 member states, are represented in this audience. Your Excellency, ARIPO has found it a committed partner in this journey, namely the European Union and the European Union Intellectual Property Office. Through this EU IP or FreeP project, ARIPO is collaborating with us, working with URSB, and we are making innovation, addressing the barriers that prevent women from fully participating in the IP system, such as lack of access of funding, networks, and membership, budgetary support from member states, data collection, because we should always speak with data, we should always speak with information so that interventions are informed by the stories that the data inform us. And also, we should focus on international cooperation, working with international organizations, governments, and stakeholders to promote gender equality in IP globally. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, once again, I would like to express my gratitude to the European Union for providing us with the Intellectual Property Rights and Innovation AFRIPI project, our strategic partner in implementing this conference. Finally, let me once again commend the ARIPO team, the AFRIPI team, the URSB teams for their dedication and hard work in preparing this event. Marcy, when you asked your team for introduction, Your Excellency, you saw me almost standing up. I thought I was part of the team. Then I remembered I'm not part of the team. But let me declare I'm part of the team through and through, because the entire Africa, the 22 member states, I'm there as your Director General to support you. Thank you very much. Your efforts, Your Excellency, your country underscores your commitment to enhance women participation in IP. With these remarks, I wish you all a successful and fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, I know we still have our guest of honor for just a few minutes, but I'd like to now welcome Right Honorable Ambassador Francis Butajira, who is the board chairman for URSB, to give his remarks. The African way, warmth, good.
Your Excellency, retired Major Jessica ARIPO, the Vice President of Uganda, Honorable Norbert Mao, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Monica Musenero, Minister of Science and Technology, the representative of the European Union, SADC, representative of UNDP, the Director General of ARIPO, the representative representing AFRIPI, and Registrar General of URSB. I have some written remarks, but in the interest of time, I want to touch on 2 points which I think you should go and consider. Now, on these 2 points will concern traditional knowledge, genetic resources, and traditional cultural expressions. Now, these 3 areas are where the women have really excelled and participated. If you take our traditional medicine, which for so long has been exploited by outsiders, imperialists, and so on, to their advantage. And we didn't, because we lacked protection. So, what do we have to do? We need a regime of intellectual property that respects those traditions. Does our present IP protection regime do that? In some cases, no. Let me give you an example in the music field, where women have really excelled. In my language, in Runyankwere, there is a famous lullaby which women usually sing as they want to put their babies to sleep. And it started like, Oyo nchengu shereche kanani kanje, and then on and on. If I had the time, I would go through it and sing. But it was an lullaby by women to entice their babies to go to sleep. Now, this should be copyrighted. But the present copyright law cannot protect it. Why? Because one of the requirements is that the material should be reduced into writing, should be introduced into writing. And yet this has been orally passed on by generations of women and so on. So this lacuna has to be bridged. There are many areas, like the present intellectual property regime is individualistic, does not take into account community interests. And yet, when you examine our societies, some rights are communally owned, passed on from generation to generation, and they have not been protected. Now, so we need a protection regime. I want to commend ARIPO for putting in place a protocol known as Sakamupunda Protocol on traditional knowledge, genetic resources, and traditional cultural expressions, specifically to cater for those gaps which I have mentioned. In Uganda, I think, Your Excellency, as you are aware, I think you are working on an appropriate law to cater for our traditional knowledge, genetic resources, and so on. I think that is in line. So we need a law, therefore, to supplement that protocol by ARIPO. So now, the other point I wanted to flag off was what I call innovation hub. At URSB, we are trying to put in place that hub. We are not going to innovate, that is Honorable Masenero's area, but we are collaborating with universities who have international hubs, who have hubs, innovation hubs, working together. Our role is to register their innovations as a body empowered to do this by our law. So we are trying to collaborate with those. But again, in that collaboration, or in that hub, we can also think of another role in respect for women, for instance. What can we do to help women who are engaged in innovation? What can we do? We can, in that hub, give information on registration and filing of applications. Most women entrepreneurs don't do this. So it can assist them in filing appropriate applications. We have already actually embarked on this. You know, URSB is a trailblazer. We are already working with Stanbic, in collaboration with Stanbic, to make sure that the women entrepreneurs understand procedures regarding innovation. So that hub can also play that part. I would like to appeal to you who are gathered here. We shall, by the end of the day or conference, have had very many lofty ideas. The question is, and the challenge is, how to put it into practice. So let's challenge ourselves. Let's go. Let's think out of the box. Let's not sleep. After all, we shall have plenty of time to sleep when we die. But for the time being, let's work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's a good way to end the speech. I'd like to now, again in the interest of time, to welcome Ms. Carolina Hedstrom, the head of cooperation for the EU delegation in Uganda, to give your remarks. And of course, Ambassador, you'll come back and give me the honor of inviting our line minister, and then roll over to the next.
Is this better? Yes, I think so. Good morning. Thank you very much, Honorable Guest of Honor, Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Madam Jessica Lupo, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, the Registrar General, Ms. Mercy, Mr. Bemania, Director General, and other distinguished guests from the ARIPO Secretariat and all the ARIPO member states represented here, Nancy and the team from AFRIP and the European Union Intellectual Property Office, intellectual property professionals and users here present, representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, Ambassador Francis, thank you for these last words as well. My name is Carolina Hedström. I'm the head of cooperation at the European Union delegation to Uganda. Most of you don't know me. It's only my second week in the job. So it's a great honor for me to be here and to, for the first time, open an event in Uganda in my new capacity. Thank you. The European Union partnership with Uganda is based on political dialogue, trade, and development cooperation. As the head of cooperation, I oversee the development cooperation part of it, and this is focusing on three priority areas: the green transition, sustainable jobs and growth, and democratic governance and inclusion. And of course, intellectual property is absolutely essential and fundamental for all of these. Intellectual property plays a pivotal role in driving development, in serving as a cornerstone for innovation, competitiveness, and economic growth. And as we've heard from the previous speakers, a robust intellectual property rights framework not only empowers entrepreneurs and small businesses to thrive, but also ensures that their contributions to society are recognized and rewarded, thereby fueling sustained development and prosperity. And this, of course, as we've heard, cannot be done without women's involvement. So I'm therefore very proud that the European Union is supporting the AFRIP project and that the AFRIP project made this conference on women in intellectual property their flagship event of 2024, and that this is hosted in beautiful Uganda. Thank you. Women innovators, creators, entrepreneurs, and professionals are driving forces behind many groundbreaking innovations and creative works that shape our world. And the European Union has long championed gender equality and women's empowerment in all spheres of life. Yet, despite these significant contributions, women remain underrepresented in many areas of intellectual property. You are much more familiar than I am with the figures for Uganda and the other countries in the region, but a recent study by the European Union Intellectual Property Office showed that only 1 in 7 innovations in the European Union, patented innovations, was registered by a woman innovator. And as we all know, of course, this is not because women don't innovate. As the Director General just said, women deliver, and women constantly innovate solutions to daily challenges. So clearly, what we're missing here is just the recognition and the registration of women's contributions. And we can only imagine the potential economic and social benefit that could come from highlighting these innovations and contributions through a robust intellectual property framework. From the European Union side, I would just like to mention the Uganda EU Business Forum, which was held here in March, where the EU allocated over 200 million euros to various projects under the Global Gateway strategy that Nancy mentioned to enhance Uganda's economy and create new jobs. And through this forum, we saw many female entrepreneurs. We saw many projects that invest in female entrepreneurs and innovators, including in digital infrastructure and sustainable agriculture and value addition in agricultural value chains. So intellectual property really is a cross-cutting field that is essential in all these areas. From the European Union side, we are committed to supporting in all these initiatives that advance gender equality and parity, and to provide technical assistance, capacity building, and policy support to our international partners, including the ARIPO Secretariat and its member states, and through our colleagues at the EU Intellectual Property Office, who are co-financing and implementing the AFRIP project. Some of the activities of this project have also benefited the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, which is the mandated body for managing IP rights in Uganda, among many other types of rights. So I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Bureau for the excellent progress it has made in terms of digitalization and automation of its processes and improvement of the ways of working in order to serve its customers better and thereby promote innovation. Thank you. So in conclusion, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to ARIPO and all the members, to the URBS and the government of Uganda, as well as to our colleagues from the EU IPO for organizing this conference. I also would like to thank my colleague Christina Banuta from the European Union delegation to Uganda, who is our economic expert and also a former staff member of the EU Intellectual Property Office. So if you want more details about what we do in the economic sector in Uganda or the EU Intellectual Property Office, she knows much more than me, so please feel free to reach out to her. I would also like to thank all the participants for your dedication and commitment to this vital cause, and I hope that this conference will be an opportunity to learn from each other, to inspire and be inspired, and to forge a path towards a future where women's innovation can help benefit all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carolina. And given that it's your first event, well, thank you for honoring us with your presence. I'd like to give a special recognition. I know we discussed the board chair, but the board members of the URSP board, please, if we can, if you can just get up for recognition. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, that's the team over there. And in that hindsight, I'd like to welcome back Ambassador Francis Butajira. But as you come, I'd like to give us a snapshot of what this rest of the morning will be, just in the interest of time. After the speech by our guest of honor, we've got something special by the ARIPO team to give to you, guest of honor, and then we'll have a pictorial moment. Ambassador, do the honors.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, I want to take this opportunity to invite our illustrious and indomitable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to address us, but also to appreciate before you the supportive role he has given to URSB. All these achievements we have scored and all these accolades, if we didn't have support of our minister, it would be in vain. Thank you, Honorable Mao. Let me take the opportunity to invite you.
Our guest of honor, excuse me, our guest of honor, are we on? Okay. Thank you. Our guest of honor, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, my colleague minister, and the old girl, because we were together at the university, me in the law school, near the southern gate, and her, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine in the northern gate. The Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero Masanza, known as MMM in cabinet. The EU ambassador's representative, who is also head of cooperation at the EU delegation in Uganda, my classmate, the Director General of ARIPO, the chairman of our board, and your members, members of the bench who are here, our senior officials from the Ministry of Justice and partners. I'm not alone from the top management of the ministry. I'm here with the permanent secretary, Mr. Robert Kasande. Let people see you. Our distinguished delegates from all over Mother Africa, dear friends, believe it or not, I actually have a written speech, but it's not my intention to read it because the Vice President has a trip. Parliament is sitting in northern Uganda, but before that, she also has another important event where I will also be accompanying her to hand her over. We were supposed to have the Honorable Betty Amongi, who is the Minister for Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Your Excellency, in this room, we have actually everybody who matters in this field. We have got the executive led by you, representing the President of Uganda, because you make policies. We have got inventors. We thank you for taking time to look at the exhibition. We have people who create. They are in this room. We have got eminent scientists. I see Professor Dorothy Okello, who was also at the university at the same time with me. That is an authentic professor of electrical engineering, in case you think such a thing doesn't exist. And we have got those who implement. That's why we have the chief executive of the Ministry of Justice here. We have got those who gather, those with the money, to turn ideas and scale them up so that they become products for the market. And here I mean people like Irene Birungi Mugisha, who founded something which has grown into something very big, the CEO's Forum. I don't know why she never brought her books here. She has written a book titled The CEO in You. We are all supposed to be CEOs of ourselves. Your Excellency, the URSB is a very healthy workspace, as you have seen. And I want to thank the leadership of the URSB, particularly Mercy, and the top team. I also want to report to those of you who are here that the cabinet is a healthy workspace. Just like your people call you Mercy, knowing that you are the boss, but they still call you Mercy. Even in cabinet, we refer to Her Excellency the Vice President, who chairs cabinet, as Toto, which simply means mother in Ateso. It's a Nilo-Hamitic language. She debates with us, shares all the fun with us, and she has really made cabinet to be alive. So Monday is a day of celebration because she is extremely approachable. We thank you, Your Excellency, for not only what you are going to share with us here, but even the symbolism of your coming here. Not only being a woman, but being a powerful woman. There are many women, but not all women are powerful. Some women have positions, have seats, but it is not enough to have a seat at the table. You must have a voice when you have that seat. and that voice must be heard. I want to report to you that Her Excellency the Vice President ticks all those three boxes. The first box, she has a seat at the pinnacle. Number two, she has a voice, I can tell you that. And number three, that voice is heard. This conference, Your Excellency, is about mobilizing Africa. Because of being fragmented as Africans, we were colonized and subdued. Our president is an authority on that subject, and I'm sure the vice president will hint on that. Here, we were fighting tribal wars. Vasco da Gama was bombing Mombasa, and we were being colonized. The Baganda, a very big tribe here in Uganda, were busy wasting their time fighting the Banyoro, another big tribe. So, this is a very, very innovative idea of bringing all our resources together in support of women creators and innovators and discoverers. So we are actually consolidating. We are not starting from zero, but this is a mobilization. So when you go back to your respective countries, tell them you have drunk from the source of the Nile, and now you are energized and ready to go to the next level. We are only answering some questions about why women are not benefiting from IP, why women are not as visible. There is a Catholic priest who gave a speech one time and told us that when he went to America, he found people wearing T-shirts on which were written the words, "Jesus is the answer." And then he asked, what is the question? Now, if indeed this gathering is the answer to the subservient position of women in the IP landscape, then what are the questions that this conference is supposed to answer? That is why we are here today. We also have those who will help us settle disputes when we fail to agree. You creators, we have the judiciary represented here to adjudicate conflicts. So I do believe that your presence, Your Excellency, is a big endorsement of this initiative. Before I sit down, let me outline some things that are good news. I have been praised in superlatives. You have had illustrious, indomitable. I got scared. I didn't want to come because I feared I would disappoint you when you have been called indomitable and illustrious, and then you fail to impress anyone. Then you'll end up like one dog we had in the village, which was named Simba. Simba means lion. So with a tail like an aerial of a radio. So that is why I was hesitating. But let me assure you that the government of Uganda has over the years championed the involvement of women in leadership and governance affairs, because that is the starting point. Intellectual property is a subset. The Bible says, seek ye first the kingdom of God. So intellectual property is about power. You know, seek ye first power. And then when you have power, when you have a registrar general, when you have a board which has a lot of women, when you have a vice president, you are now in a position to tap in. Also, the Uganda government has created the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. It is an initiative under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. It is intended to give women money to support them to get skills, grow their enterprises, invest in value addition, market their products, and generally empower them for economic development. This is an opportunity. If I may gossip a bit, Her Excellency the Vice President is today going to launch a program worth over $170 million, I believe, for women. So it is your duty to now go and incite the women. We have passed the stage of inviting women. They now need incitement They must be provoked and be told that, you know, you have wings, why are you not flying? Why are you crawling? You have legs, why are you kneeling? You should be standing up. This is, I believe, what this conference is about. The Cabinet of Uganda has supported me tremendously. And I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for your personal support. You have actually been the chief organizer of this conference. It was Her Excellency who recommended and insisted that the Honorable Dr. Musenero must be here, because she's the one in charge of all the science, technology, and innovation in Uganda. But she really is secretive. She hides, maybe it's because she believes we don't understand. But every once in a while she comes with something good, like the electric buses, and then we celebrate. But I'm sure she's cooking up a lot of things that are going to take Uganda forward. So, Cabinet approved the principles of the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill. So all of you who are creatives, including our board chair, now that you have shown that you have some promise in the field of music, this law is there for you. The President of Uganda has even appointed a senior presidential advisor on the creatives. This is a very prominent Ugandan musician with millions of followers on YouTube, known as Eddie Kenzo. Those of you who are young, I'm sure you may have listened to some of his music. If not, go to YouTube and just search Eddie Kenzo. So the president is now not listening to me, who is a lawyer who has never composed a single song, but listening to somebody who has something to lose if we do not do the right thing. I also want to inform you that in May this year, under the leadership of Her Excellency the Vice President, Cabinet authorized the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to sign the instrument of traditional knowledge and genetic resources. I'm yet to travel to Geneva, Your Excellency, to sign. But that authority allows those of us who grew up in villages to realize that the shea butter our mothers collect, from which they get very little money. But those who make the big money are the cosmetic industries, Chanel, Christian Dior. They just put a little bit and add a few creamy things, petroleum products, sell it at 100 euros after giving me 5 euros. This is what this is about. It is important for us today to define our cause before we go to war. Otherwise, we shall simply be an army without a cause, and defeat will be our end. I want to announce here that with the support of the Vice President, we shall ensure that Cabinet approves the ratification of the Kampala Protocol. The Kampala Protocol is about the voluntary registration of copyright. How can the creatives benefit? Now, with this level of support, no wonder I'm considered illustrious and indomitable. But you don't need to have the power yourself. Understand, some of you are Christians. You don't fight the wars against yourself. You go around saying, no weapon formed against me shall prosper, and so on and so forth. So I do believe that with this collaboration, we will achieve a lot of things and protect our women. The Kenyans who invented the kiondo, that handbag, understand some Japanese or Germans have already decided to appropriate it. Here we have our back cloth. People want to appropriate it. It is important that even though we may not have resources, we must have resourcefulness. If you don't have resources, apply resourcefulness. With those words, Your Excellency, it was my aim simply to come and invite you. But in the interlude, I had to say something. You are the one to set the note for the next 3 days, because that's what the opening ceremony is about. You must strike the note so that they don't deviate from it. It is the keynote that your speech is about. it's now my singular honor, Your Excellency, to invite you to address us and officially open the first ever Women in Intellectual Property Conference for ARIPO Member States. Your Excellency.
Please take your seats. Please have your seats. Resume your seats. The Honorable Norbert Mao, the illustrious and the indomitable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Monica Musenero, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation in the Office of the President, the representative of the European Union, Ms. Carolina, the Ambassador Francis Butagira, the Chairperson Board of Directors, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Mr. Bemanya Twebaze, Director General, African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, Ms. Mercy Kainubisho, the Registrar General, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and all your members and staff, all distinguished guests invited in your distinguished capacities, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by welcoming all of you, specifically those participants who have traveled so many kilometers to Uganda here to attend this conference. I welcome you to Uganda. Secondly, allow me to relay to you warm regards from His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. And indeed, greetings and regards from Mama, the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports. I relay to you her greetings as well. I would like to thank the Honorable Norbert Mao and your team for inviting me to come here to interact with this distinguished audience. As the Minister has already said, the very first conference in Uganda on intellectual property is this one that we are opening this morning. Apparently, I am excited to hear that it is the very first indeed in the African continent. So we are privileged as a country to be the first to host it. And that means that there is no other conference like this where we may have had a chance to learn from. And also that means that to you, Minister, and your team, you must get the appropriate bar so that the next country that will host it will have some good areas to pick from as you keep on improving the conference. But allow me to say that the scope of the conference, i.e. the African Conference on Intellectual Property of Women, resonates very well with one of the principles of the NRM government. That is Pan-Africanism. Here in Uganda, our president reminds all of us time and again that whatever we do, wherever we are, we must always set our footprints and vision on the African continent. And therefore, having this conference as African continent is a very correct step and fits very well with the NRM government. And when I go back to report to His Excellency the President, I will confidently be smiling because I know that he will welcome all the outcomes of this conference because it fits even within his title in the African Union as the champion of integration. So I call upon all of you to feel free to articulate and clearly state the interventions where you'd like government, and indeed His Excellency the President, to attend to, because I am here together with the Minister to assure you that His Excellency the President will embrace your requirements. Where we are going, as the Minister has already said, is another very big meeting of all the women of Uganda, where government, and indeed His Excellency the President, worked with the World Bank to identify resources which are meant to empower women, which are meant to, as the Minister put it, to awaken women, to provoke women, to stimulate, I don't know whether the scientists will allow me to use that, to stimulate women to join the money economy, to participate in business at micro and macro level. And we shall be launching that after here. That is a tune of 300 billion Uganda shillings, specifically ring-fenced for women enterprises in Uganda. What I'm trying to underscore here is that the African continent has moved miles in light of the empowerment of the girl child and indeed women. And the African countries have a lot to learn from each other. I am very proud that in Uganda here, the first woman vice president in the African continent was appointed by His Excellency the President. That is Dr. Wandira Kazibwe, the first woman vice president in the whole of African continent. And many countries in Africa have now followed suit, and also many women are in the business sector. And Mase, I would like you to always remember that it is possible to empower women, to strengthen women, to reawaken women, give the women the opportunity to serve in different levels, but with support of the men. The baseline is that always remember that you should work with men. Having said that, allow me now to thank the men who are in this distinguished house for demonstrating the fact that it is very good to work with women, it is very easy to work with women, and it is very possible to propel women to serve in all the sectors of the economy, including science, technology, and innovation. That minister you see there is now selling electrical buses. And I hope that you will have time to share with leaders here, because this is market. One of the reasons why His Excellency the President encourages and is a good ambassador on Pan-Africanism is the fact that you have over 1.4 billion people in terms of market. At the East African level, you have about over 300 million. And now she can sell her buses. She sells it on behalf of government, of course, to all the over 1 billion African people. So that is the insight that I would like also this conference to look into in the next 3 days when you are interacting. I was going to make my keynote also without referring to the written message, but the Honorable Norbert Mao has already accused me before you that I am going to read it. So against that background, allow me to look into it and say a few points in light of what is written. I am pleased to grace the Women in Intellectual Property Conference that raises awareness among women about the significance of intellectual property and the benefits of intellectual property for women in fostering innovation and business and increasing the presence and influence of women in leadership positions in the intellectual property field in Africa. I congratulate the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, the Intellectual Property Rights and Innovation in Africa, the Uganda Registration Services Bureau for organizing this conference, and all participants from the 22 member states of ARIPO for your presence. Intellectual property rights are so important that they are enshrined in Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, which states, I open quotes, everyone has a right to the protection of the moral and material interests resulting from any scientific, literary, or artistic production of which he or she is the author. I close quotes. Despite the significant contributions to the intellectual property landscape, women continue to face barriers such as underrepresentation and bias, limited access to resources such as funding, mentorship, and networks that are crucial for navigating and succeeding the intellectual property systems and societal expectations and cultural norms that discourage women from pursuing careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Socio-economic status influences access to resources needed to participate in the innovation and create ecosystem that protects intellectual property. The gender gap in the intellectual property manifests in various forms, including disparities in patent ownership, trademark registrations, copyright protections, and access to resources and opportunities. Women are underrepresented in fields such as STEM, where intellectual property creation and innovation thrives. Therefore, closing the gender gap in intellectual property is not only a matter of equity and justice, but also a crucial component of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Thankfully, social views have changed, and there are now few explicit deterrents to female investors and creators. But strong evidence of latent gender bias remains. For example, when looking at modern patent filings, it is clear that a substantial gap exists between the number of female and male patent applicants. Women are conspicuously absent in every aspect of patent system. In no case does the number of patent filings by women approach anything near population parity. According to World Intellectual Property Office, even though women bring new perspectives and talents to the table, there is still an elephant in the room left unaddressed. Very few women get involved with intellectual property, which means few women benefit from it. Women accounted for only 17.7% of all inventors listed in patent applications worldwide in 2023. How many countless brilliant minds and their ideas are left untapped? The most immediate and natural response to such statistical information is to advocate for greater inclusion of women in the technically oriented STEM occupational fields from which patentable inventions are most likely to arise. Nevertheless, studies indicate that the women who are already in STEM fields engage the patent system far less frequently than their male counterparts. Ladies and gentlemen, anecdotal observations regarding the participation of women in the creative industries that thrive on copyright protection, publishing, movie making, music recording, etc., suggests that females in those industries may be no better off than those in technical industries that rely on patent protection. Solutions that may help to bridge the gender gap include education, information, and provision of role models that play an important role in the uptake and the use of intellectual property across all genders. Uganda has in past commitment to promoting gender equality and reducing the gender gap in various areas, including intellectual property. At the national level, commitment to girls' education is reflected in the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. The Constitution emphasizes that all Ugandans must enjoy rights and opportunities and access to education without any form of discrimination. The Constitution also emphasizes the need for affirmative action in favor of groups marginalized on the basis of gender, among other social categories, for the purposes of readdressing imbalances which exist against them. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda has national science, technology, and Innovation Policy established in 2009, which aims to strengthen national capability to generate, transfer, and apply scientific knowledge, skills, and technologies. This policy aims to promote science, technology, and innovation in Uganda. It recognizes the importance of increasing women's participation in STEM fields and promoting gender equality in innovation. It encourages gender mainstreaming in innovation and entrepreneurship programs. The SESAMAT programs, which began in 2005 to improve the teaching ability of science and mathematics teachers at secondary school level and improve performance in the subjects, that has trained over 6,000 teachers, and the compulsory science policy in Ugandan schools. The Uganda government has for a long time relaxed admission requirements for girls into tertiary institutions. Starting with academic year 2003, girls have continued to benefit from 1.5 extra points to join any tertiary institutions as a means to boost girls' education. And previously, the extra points were only for girls joining public universities. In 2004, the Ministry of Education and Sports developed a national strategy for girls to harmonize its roles and activities, those of its partners in education, vital human resource, the girl child. The design of that strategy was premised on the national desire to provide an implementation framework laying out strategies to achieve the goal of narrowing the gender gap in education, particularly through promoting girls' education as a form of affirmative action. The strategy was pegged to addressing the most pressing barriers to girls' full and equal participation in education, clustered as socio-cultural factors, school-related factors, political, economic, as well as administrative factors. As I come to the conclusion of my remarks, I would also like to state that as a framework for planning in Uganda, the National Development Plan identifies education among its investment priorities. The plan also calls promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of women through the economic sectors, particularly in the areas of governance, education, among others, through gender-responsive strategies, such as improving retention and participation rates for girls in schools. These and other many policies and legal structures provide a legal basis and a supportive policy environment through which national strategy for girls' education is implemented. There are additional initiatives in Uganda that aim at promoting women's emancipation in intellectual property and innovation, such as the Girls in STEM initiative, implemented by the Uganda Ministry of Education and Sports, that encourages girls to pursue STEM education and careers by providing scholarships, mentorships, and career guidance, and the Women in Innovation Awards organized by the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology that recognize and celebrate women's achievements in innovation and entrepreneurship. It encourages women to pursue careers in science, technology, and innovation. The Sustainable Development Goals provide a comprehensive framework for addressing global challenges and promoting sustainable development. Closing the gender gap in intellectual property is not only a matter of rights, but also a strategic imperative for achieving sustainable development goals. By empowering women to assert their intellectual property rights, we can unlock their full potential as creators, innovators, and agents of change. Aligning efforts to close the gender gap in intellectual property with the Sustainable Development Goals can amplify impact and contribute to building a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for all. These initiatives demonstrate the growing recognition of the importance of promoting women's participation in intellectual property and innovation in Uganda. However, ladies and gentlemen, more needs to be done to address the existing gap and ensure that women have equal opportunities to participate in and benefit from innovation and intellectual property. While persisting gender gap in intellectual property and innovation may seem an unfathomable problem, women can play a key role in narrowing the gap by having faith in their abilities, staying focused on their aspirations, and most importantly, taking action. Empowerment comes from within. No one can give you opportunity if you are not actively involved in the process in the first place. Empowering women to assert their intellectual property rights can be done by promoting education and awareness programs that inform women about their rights under intellectual property laws, providing training and capacity building programs on intellectual property management, patenting processes, copyright protections, trademark registrations, and advocating for gender-responsive intellectual property policies and regulations that promote equal opportunities for women in intellectual property systems. By taking action now to enable and support women innovators, we can unlock their potential for innovation, strengthen intellectual property and innovation ecosystems, and drive economic growth. Finally, we must offer women a variety of resources, including skills building, mentoring, and other training opportunities to help them add value to and commercialize their innovative technologies. We all gain when every woman has the opportunity to pursue her passion for science, technology, and arts, regardless of family responsibilities and career breaks. Please carve a pathway for women to have equal access to the intellectual property system and other resources that will enable them to translate their aspirations into marketable solutions with the full support of their community, their governments, and institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to officially open the Women in Intellectual Property Conference under the theme, Enhancing Women's Participation in Intellectual Property. I thank you for your kind attention, and I have said all this for God and my country.
Thank you so much to our guest of honor, Your Excellency, Ms. Jessica Lupo. And this is the point where I'd like to welcome our Director General for ARIPO, Mr. Bemanya Twebaze. There is a token something that came from very far. Yes, that we would like to gift you. As we told you, this is 22 African member states, and so there's a touch of love to show you that we're talking about creativity and innovation. This is such a product, I think that will go, and we'll just have that handover happen. And so just to walk through, once the handover happens and we've gifted, we'd like to have the anthems, and our guest of honor and the team, there's a picture moment at 2 places. The first spot with everyone who gave us, of course, speeches for today, and then our foreign delegates and our guests, please, there's a photo moment at the bottom of the stairs, which is at the lower floor. And for the rest of us, there's a tea break. I'll give everybody a chance to get your feet up and just get a tea break, and we'll be back in the room for the next session. So is our wonderful token ready? Ah, there you are. Yes, to show you the creativity that exists. When you take a closer look, you will see the detailing. You know, in art is about the details as well. If you take it at face value, you won't really see it. But wonderful gift from the ARIPO team. Thank you so much. And of course, handed over by the man who loves to work with women, clearly supporting the vision of women, whether in IP and the rest. That wonderful picture moment. All right, so yes, thank you so much. All right, if we could all rise and get the anthems, and thank you so much for your time, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. So yes, as you laid out, thank you so much for your time. That first picture moment is at the banner, and of course our Registrar General, you will join this picture moment as well. Nancy, you're part of that as well. The second is for all URSB directors, I've been told, for that picture moment, and the rest of our delegates at the bottom of the stairs, which is on the next floor. The rest of us, a tea break, mix and mingle network, yeah, stretch a bit, and we'll have that. For the team, I think, of course, our Registrar General, you will help to lead our guest of honor to the first picture moment. Yes, and if you know that you're part of the delegates, our delegates and invited guests, please do head to the staircases downstairs for that picture moment as well. Tea break, the tea station is right outside the door, so you'll be able to see it. And for the places of convenience, still on the next level down on your left. We'll be back in exactly 15 minutes for the next course of events. Thank you.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. in the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Sound check. T check and T. T sound check. T check. Sound check. Check on T.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakopmund Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Check. I'm going to request us, if you can hear me, to just come in and we start our next session. Our time is fast spent. You can even come in with your tea. If you are done with your break tea and you can hear me, please come in. You can carry your tea as well inside. Check.
ARIPO, our board members present, and participants in your different capacities. My presentation, which is coming before lunch, and was done purposefully so that you pay attention, I speak quickly, and you go for lunch. We're going to talk about URSB. For those who are joining us from outside the country, we wanted to share with you the institution that is hosting you here. What do we do? But that you can also take notes and see the things that you can go and adopt in your various countries. My name is Gaba Gilbert. I'm Director of Intellectual Property, but I'll be taking you through all the services that URSB provides. URSB, or Uganda Registration Services Bureau, is a government agency that is responsible for a considerable mandate. Allow me, I need technology transfer. Yes, it works. So we were established by an act of parliament. I know in some member countries of ARIPO, the Registrar General is still under the relevant ministry, either justice or trade, and I think in Malaysia it's even under foreign affairs. But we're established by an act of parliament. We're an agency of government, and our job was one of the people who are the brains behind this structure. So when he comes, acknowledge him and appreciate him. So that is what we do at URSB. In terms of registration services, we are responsible for different types of acts of parliament, around 21, and you'll hear it from the Registrar General at URSB that we have the largest number of acts of parliament that we administer, which is actually true. We administer 21 acts of parliament, no, 19 and 21 regulations. We also provide, under those acts, we do mainly registration services, and I'll share with you shortly about those services. But we also provide policy advice to government. We collect non-tax revenue. We facilitate legal reforms. You heard our Honorable Minister here talking about how we are going to ratify some of the treaties that ARIPO administers, such as the Swakopmund Protocol, Arusha Protocol, and the Kampala Protocol. So that is some of the work that we are required by law to do. And of course, we do awareness, some of which we are doing here. URSB is headed by a Registrar General, who is the Chief Executive Officer, and he or she, in this case, it's a she, is supervised by a board of directors. You saw our chairman, Ambassador Francis Butagira, who is the chairman of the board. Some of the board members are still here with us on your extreme right in front. And it is from their support that we've been able to do all this work. Administering 21, 19 acts of parliament is not a walk in the park, but it's because of their support that we're able to do the things that we do. We have our strategic objectives as URSB is to strengthen legal and institutions communication, the awareness about our services. Communication is like advertising. You don't stop the moment you start. And I can assure you that even in this room, those who are from Uganda, some of them will tell you, I didn't know URSB does all these things. And we have been to their institution. But that's how communication is. So it's our priority, something that we pay attention to. Simplification of processes. The services we provide are not for URSB. They are for the public. And if the public cannot access these services, then what are we doing? Our job is to ease access to these services, ensure that they're able to support the various goals of the public that we serve. And of course, strengthen research and advisory. We want to be a policy advisor that is informed by data, not by feelings, not by emotions, but by data, to have evidence-based policy making. So we do also research in various areas that we are responsible for. As an institution, we are required, or we must contribute to the national development agenda. Government sets development goals every 5 years, and our roles are set out in particularly 4 programs. So the way the development agenda in Uganda is designed is that we have different programs that affect different areas of priority as government has identified. One of them is governance and security. And in our services, we provide services to the public to improve the rule of law and capacity to deal with security threats. A country that is not run on the rule of law, of course, will be unlawful. All of you guests who have come to Uganda would not have been here if there was no rule of law. It would be chaotic. So our job is to ensure that the laws that are made by Parliament are not in vain, including laws that relate to our mandate. We also contribute to the program on community mobilization and mindset change. Everything to transform any person or even a community, you start with the way they think. And government has made it a priority to ensure that they support programs towards changing the way people think about themselves and about the role of government and about their contribution as citizens of the country. And we are required, therefore, as URSB, to do a lot of awareness about our services and how these services can help citizens grow. The other program we contribute to is innovation, technology, development, transfer. We are, unfortunately, what is still called a least developed country in Uganda. Although this facility might tell you different things, this facility is just a testament of the excellence of our leaders, but we are still a least developed country. Some of you have not, you came from the airport, you came on the expressway, and you might think when you pass here and go that way, things are going to even be much more rosier. But you'll have an opportunity to experience a different Uganda, which is more hospitable. And our role as URSB is to contribute to how we can adopt technology to transform our economy. This is an IP activity, and you know the role of IP in development. All countries in the world have developed because they have managed to harness the value added by the creativity and innovation of their people. And in Uganda, we take this issue seriously. How can we ensure that our people who are creative are able to contribute to our development? Because the solutions we are looking for as Uganda, they do not lie elsewhere. They lie with Ugandans. They have all the solutions we need to solve our problems. And it is our role as URSB to contribute to this program of government. And also, the last program we contribute to is private sector development. It's a policy of the government of Uganda that development should be private sector led because it allows for freedom of expression, it allows also for opportunity for innovation and ingenuity to be able to progress in every area that we have set to grow in. So private sector development is a priority for our country. And one of the services we provide is formalization of businesses through the company's registry, as I'll share with you. So those are the 4 programs of government that URSB contributes to. They're about 18 or 19 programs of government, and URSB contributes majorly to around 4. There are others, but we contribute in a minor way. As I've told you, I'm responsible for intellectual property, so I have more slides on IP than other services we provide. As URSB, we are the National Intellectual Property Office. I've told you that we are a semi-autonomous agency of government, so the responsibilities of administering intellectual property in Uganda lie with URSB. Through the mandate related to intellectual property, we administer all intellectual property laws in Uganda, save for the law that provides for plant variety protection. But all the other laws related to industrial property and copyright are administered by URSB. We are also a secretariat of the National Intellectual Property Policy, and therefore we coordinate implementation of IP-related programs throughout the government. You saw here the minister responsible for science, and you heard also our Minister of Justice refer to the minister responsible for gender, who are supposed to be here. But also the attendance of our Vice President to this activity testifies of the role that URSB plays in ensuring that IP contributes to development in the country through that national intellectual property policy that URSB is responsible for coordinating. So in terms of intellectual property, if you need anything to do with IP in Uganda, you start with URSB. We are here as members of the Africa Regional Intellectual Property Organization, but first, as Uganda, we are a member of the World Intellectual Property Organization, which most of you are members of. And under that organization, we are signatory to a number of treaties that WIPO administers, including PCT, the Berne Convention, the Paris Convention, the WIPO Copyright Treaty, the WPPT, the Beijing Treaty, as well as the Marrakesh Treaty. We have signed to these treaties mainly that touch on patents and copyright. Trademarks, we're still administering it here at a national level and through the Africa Regional Intellectual Property Organization, where we're also a member, and indeed a founding member. All of you know that the first Director General of ARIPO was a Ghana national, the late Justice Herbert Tabgoba, is the one who established ARIPO in Harare. And coincidentally, the current DG is from Uganda, and we are having the first women conference in Uganda. So the future is bright for ARIPO, as long as Uganda is participating. So we are signatory to 2 treaties, but our ministers have committed that all the ARIPO treaties will be able to ratify them, including the Swakopmund Protocol on traditional knowledge and folklore, the Arusha Protocol on plant varieties, as well as the Kampala Protocol on copyright. As URSB, the services we provide, in summary, we do registration of all types of intellectual property. In Uganda, we also register copyright, not as a requirement for protection, but as a proof of evidence of ownership of copyright. So we have the register of copyright as well, in addition to all other industrial properties. We maintain these registers. As you know, most IP rights, you need to maintain them. You need to pay some annual fee, or you need to pay some fee after a given period of time to maintain it, and it's our job as URSB to maintain these registers. We also are responsible for IP dispute resolution and enforcement. So we hear so many disputes. particularly when it comes to maintenance of that register. Who owns a trademark, who owns a copyright, who owns industrial design, and these kinds of things. They are handled by URSB. And we do a lot of sensitization, which partly you'll be doing here today, to inform mindset change that I've spoken about earlier. We also, in Uganda, we have collective management organizations. We have 3 of them that we have licensed to collect and distribute royalties on behalf of the people in the music industry, the audiovisual sector, as well as the literary sector. We supervise these 3 CMOs from USB to enable the creative sector grow. And you heard our chairman talking about protection of traditional knowledge. So we are doing a lot of consultations to be able to come up with a law to protect traditional knowledge in Uganda, a subject that our president is very passionate about. In all providing these services, we are digital, and we are all online. Now, some of you may be wondering that since you are an LDC, how do people access digital services? But first, the good news, yes, all our services are available online. From wherever you are around the world, you can access our services. So if you have, I know many companies, for example, that do business in Uganda, register in Malaysia. You can tell them that if they want to, not Malaysia, Mauritius. So if they want to do business in respect of IP, they can access our services from wherever they are online. So we have front office, which is an IT system we developed in partnership with the EU IPO, and we are using it to receive applications for trademarks, for designs, and other industrial property. We have been, of course, had a long cooperation with WIPO, and I know most of ARIPO member states are using the IPAS system, which is a system used to administer or register and examine industrial property. Finally, all these services are available through our URSB website. Even if you check right now and you go to e-services, you find all our services there of IP. But there are also for other services that I'll take you through online. And for those who cannot find us online, we still have physical offices scattered around this country. So we have branches around Uganda that all Ugandans can access if they cannot use our digital tools. The other service we provide, that was intellectual property. It was the longest, since I am biased towards that. But we do also provide business registration services. This is mainly to support formalization of the economy. Those of you from, I think, Namibia, Botswana, you share the same structure of IP offices where you have both IP as well as company registration. So this service is mainly to do with registration of companies as well as business names and certain public, not public, but documents that you want to register. This service we also is available online 24/7. And with this, we believe that we are easing doing business in Uganda. So for you, when people in your country come to you and they tell you they want to do business in Uganda, the place to start is URSB, if they want to do anything in Uganda. And they can find out how to register their companies via our website. Free of charge, by the way. The information is there on how you can register your company in Uganda in less than 2 hours. I thought someone would clap. In Uganda, they say, don't jealous us. Yes, so you can register your business from wherever you are with URSB. This is where you start to do business in Uganda. If you are not, less than 2 hours. Yes, you can test it today if you want to register a company. No, access is free. The service comes with a cost. So do register your businesses and advise those who want to do business in Uganda from your countries to start with URSB and register. The Registrar General is also the official receiver, so we are responsible for insolvency, the birth of businesses and their death. So the insolvency law in Uganda is administered by URSB. We administer the affairs of bankrupt people who are not here today, but those who are outside and get those problems, they come to us, as well as insolvent companies. That's what we do as well here at URSB. You people should be clapping for the Registrar General. When she says, I took a break, these are things she has to rest from. We also register marriages. I know some of you, by the time you leave here, your eyes might be opened. So if you want to go home, yes, you register your marriage with URSB. We conduct civil marriages, but we also register marriages from faith-based organizations. This is also done with URSB. This mandate might be leaving us because many people felt that we need to be very tough when we are dealing with issues of business, and marriage is a more happy place, and you need to leave it to other people, and we focus on businesses. But currently, this is what we also do at URSB. And finally, we have the security interest in movable property or movable assets. This is a registry for those who want to use movable assets as collateral. You can notify the public of your interest in a movable asset that has been used as a collateral through this system administered by URSB. So if you are using a phone, furniture, stock in trade, vehicle, or any movable asset to get a loan, you can register your encumbrance or interest in that asset using this system, which is administered by URSB. In some countries, I think, is it Zimbabwe, it's in Bank of Uganda, and other countries it's a different place, but in Uganda, this is what we are responsible for. A few highlights as I conclude. On our register, we have over 800,000 businesses registered in Uganda. Last year, we collected about 7.7 billion, 77 billion, not 7.7, 77 billion. And if you are not from Uganda, you cannot do conversion. That's a big number. You just know we collected a lot of money for the government of Uganda through providing these services. And this testifies that, yes, our services are accessible. That's why people are able to pay and access these services. I've spoken about digitization. We are all digital, all online. All our services are available online from wherever you are. Either in Uganda, outside Uganda, in your home, on top of your house, wherever you are, you can access these services online 24/7. And we have talked about decentralization. So if you cannot access our services online, you can visit our physical offices in all the regions of this country, north, east, west, and south. We have presence there to provide these services. We have also, through an initiative to ensure that there is seamless access to government services, we participate in what is called a one-stop center, where you find information on formalizing a business, paying for taxes, paying for NSSF. NSSF is Social Security, and all these services that accrue to you being able to do your business seamlessly in Uganda. And we participate in what is called a one-stop center that you can all adopt in your country. And I've spoken already about Simple. Those are statistics in numbers. For those who are interested in IP, we have a few statistics. We registered last year about, this is revenue from July to June last financial year. So we registered about 17 utility models. We have 24 patent applications in Uganda. So we are not including those from ARIPO, which are more than double that. Many people got married, about 2,700 people got married. We registered about 30,000 companies. So details of those statistics are there. This is how you access us online and our physical offices. You can also find us on social media at URSBHQ. So I know we are now talking about Generation Z or Generation Z that only knows life on the phones. So you can access us on the phone, find all our services and information that you need. I want to thank you for listening to me and to invite you to come and visit us at our beautiful facility. DG, while you are aware, I informed our delegates here that if it wasn't for you, we will not be in a beautiful facility in a leafy suburb of Kololo, and it was his initiative. And to enter that building, it was our CEO currently who ensured we entered that building. It's a long story, but know that if it wasn't for her, we'll be meeting you in some other place. So thank you, DG, for enabling us to shine. When we tell people this is where I work from, they treat us with different courtesy. I think we are very more important. So thank you. That's what I wanted to share about URSB. I will be glad to host you if we get time this week to come and see our offices. Otherwise, I wish you successful deliberations.
Wow. A bigger round of applause for Gilbert, who has, I think you also have a PhD in communication. Yeah, yes. I'm from someone who's in that business. I have since failed after listening to you, so well done. Our next speaker is going to have a presentation on the African perspectives on the gender gap in intellectual property. This one's profile is amazing. The Dean of the School of Engineering at Macquarie University, also an associate professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, the first female representative out of the Uganda Institution of Professional Engineers. And I'm excited to actually have this speaker because when I read, there was a lot of engineering, electronics engineering, and we've been championing creatives on the other end of media and other innovations. But I think when Minister Musenero was here, there was a lot of divergent conversation on tech and innovating in that direction. So perhaps our speaker can also maybe lean into it. I haven't picked into her, her presentation, but maybe she'll give a bit of that conversation. Please welcome the Dean of the School of Engineering at Macquarie University, Dr. Dorothy Okello. As you arrive, I need to tell them that you are the founder of the Women of Uganda Network, promoting ICT use among women. Well done, well done.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. We did lunch, eh? I can't even hear myself in that response. Let's try again. They have told you I'm a teacher, eh? Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, okay, that is better. Now, when Gilbert started, he said he was between you and lunch. So I don't know what I should say, because I think I'm therefore more in between you and lunch, okay? But I have some good news for you. The opening ceremony, as each speaker spoke, I was wondering what is there left for me to say, okay? So a lot of what I had reflected on and prepared to say, they have actually already highlighted it, but hopefully what I will share will be maybe some more examples to build on that. Let me start by thanking very much the team at URSB and ARIPO for the kind invitation to me to do this presentation. We've done a lot together. I'm also one of those women who's currently being handheld with my innovation. I saw James here earlier, and I didn't know whether to greet him or whether to hide from him. Because they've given us some comments on the industrial design that we are trying to pursue, and we haven't yet responded. So that is why I didn't know which of those two I should do, whether to greet him or to hide from him. But I am testimony of the support that you give us, and we are very grateful. But that said, my task was to share some perspectives Africa-wide on the gender gap in intellectual property. And I hope that even from the title, you will believe that we've covered already this subject through our opening, but hopefully there'll be one or two things that I can share. So in terms of the outline, it is very long, but I will try to summarize based on what has been shared. But it's really understanding what are we talking about when we say the gender gap, what is its impact in Africa, singling out particularly the impact in terms of poverty, because we are talking about women, and this is where we have a very big disadvantage. I'll also look, and I think it was actually the Vice President herself who raised the issue of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I will also look at the IP gender gap in relation to the SDGs, and then I'll share a few thoughts in terms of what we need to do as an approach going forward as I conclude. So, as I reflected on this topic, there are two things, okay, and hence the two arrows. If you look at different literature, number one, Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest rate of women involved in entrepreneurial activity, which means that we are innovating and we are coming up with solutions for the market, okay? So that is a plus. We are moving up in that, okay? All right? The other is similar, but I was just trying to show that different studies are showing the same thing. We also have the highest proportion of female entrepreneurs, all right, globally. So these are two things which on the surface of it would mean that therefore we shouldn't be having a discussion about the gender gap, because actually on the one side we are doing very well, okay? But what is on the downside, okay? Number one, we face significant disparities in business capital compared to males, including access to that capital. And I know we have moved a long way from the days when, and some of you may have heard this story shared by Honorable Victoria Sech-Toleko, one of our very prominent people, former Minister in Agriculture, when at the time she wanted to get a loan, they needed her husband to sign that she could get the loan. Everything about the business was hers. The only thing is to get it, her husband had to sign. We've moved some distance from then, okay? But we still have some work to do, all right? The other, also from the literature, is that as females, we are less likely to adopt advanced business practices, innovations, and to engage in competitive practices, okay? One is because we are less risk takers. That is one thing. I think the other is that we are a victim of our, what we would call, motherliness, all right? We don't want to go out there and fight and put people down. We want our good work to speak by itself, but we need to be aggressive about how we do this, okay? So these are, we have two positives, we have two negatives. So as a result of that, when we're looking now specifically to IP, okay, so the gender gap actually does exist. And this one here, I show you some sketch, a graph, and it is measured in terms of patents, trademarks, and copyrights. And this is also a global picture. So what we see, and I'm told this is a pointer. Let me see if I can, get this to work. All right. Okay, it doesn't seem to be showing quite well on the screen. I'll just speak through it quickly based on the top. So on the topmost line, that represents the share of patents that have at least one woman involved, okay? The woman doesn't need to be the team leader, okay? It could be a group of 50 people and there's one woman, okay? So that is the top, but you can see as of 2020, we're just touching 30%, okay? So that is our top line, okay? The bottom line, which is in red, is our share globally of the total patents out there as measured, okay? And in between is our rate for innovation. So it's closer to the bottom because that's really where we are. The top line is high. It might give some optimism, but like I said, if there's a team of 50 and there's one woman in there, it counts, okay? You may not be having as much of an impact in that one. And what is leading to this? In terms of what's fueling this low growth, lack of access to education, in particular STEM, resources, and networks. Networks including mentoring, and we heard quite a bit about mentoring earlier on. Also, our society norms that may not always be supportive of the opportunities for women. Okay. Now, when we take a deep dive on this and look at what is the situation now for Africa, okay? Here we can see that, in fact, of these sets, each set is representing a block of time over 6 years from 2015 to 2021, okay? We can see here at the extreme left that Africa, okay? First of all, our growth over that period has been fairly flat, okay? There's some up and down, but not significant. Whereas for all the other regions, except South America, you can see a rising trend over the years, okay? So not only are we fairly flat, we are actually the lowest in the group. So the gender gap is even more marked, and when you drill down further into what is bringing these lower numbers, you will see technology, agriculture, creative industries being among those that are highlighted as where the gap, the gender gap is highest, okay, contributing to our average that you see over there. And I highlight one example from Kenya, from the literature as well, which says that 70% of the agricultural workforce are women, but fewer than 10% of the patents are generated by women, okay? So we are doing the work, and we're also innovating, and I like the idea that we're going to be looking more at the traditional activities that we are doing, okay, and seeing what more we can harness from that. Because, as I was explaining just over break, an innovation is what you do to solve a problem, okay? Sometimes we may make it a very big thing, but it is what you do to solve a problem. And some of the problems, we see them around us every day, and they have very simple solutions, but that is what we have, okay? So I picked some work that we had done together with URSB to give a few more examples of what are some of these issues that we are encountering. And I'd like to speak to believe that in a way, because you are mainly in this space, that I'm speaking to the converted, okay? But maybe looking at this more as giving a common ground for the discussions that shall proceed from this. So in the study that we did for Uganda, we could categorize the issues leading to the gender gap into three main categories: awareness and access, technical capacity, and financial capacity. I'm very happy that actually our Vice President and the team here, from here they were going to launch a very big fund, which we hope will put some steam behind the financial capacity, because if I remember what Honorable Mao said, he said that we need to incite the women, and maybe having that type of financial backing might help that function, okay? And in particular, within those broad categories, one was limited access and benefits to the IP systems, and two was dealing with the gender stereotypes in terms of what it is that we can do and what is our capability as inventors. And actually, I think in the study, one thing that came up, and I know we have, you know, a lot of issues around the imposter syndrome. So part of it is how other people regard us. Part of it is our own belief in what we can do or what we cannot do, okay? So just to share with you some of the feedback that came through. In the area of sensitization and awareness to inventors on access and use of IP systems in Uganda, okay? Some of the comments that came out, some people do not even know about patents. They're innovators, mostly in the informal sector, and I think this speaks to a lot of the countries in Africa, okay, who have wonderful innovations, but do not know anything about IP. And I must say that in spite of the very good work that I know URSB is doing, which means that there is more and more to be done, okay? Also, access to information about opportunities for IP protection is limited, especially among local or rural innovators, okay? So there's some work that we need to address in that space, okay? The other is the lack of information and guidance for inventors about the patent application process. The process of securing IP is very complex. This is a comment, because most people are not aware of where to start and what to do. And like I have just shared, even when you have got that guidance, that's why I was debating whether to greet James or not, because James and the team have done a great job in trying to inform us and guide us at the university of how to move along with our innovations, okay? But it is still, we move someplace, we get stuck, and we move on, all right? So this is one of the areas that has emerged, okay? Guidance and support to undertake the patent application process. One, a long and laborious process involved in trying to obtain patents with lack of clarity on some of the procedures. And I think it's very good that this event is being done, you know, under the auspices of ARIPO, because especially in the digital space, or even with the creatives, it's very easy for what you produce, because we are now in the digital spaces. Scalability beyond your borders is now quite easy, okay? So how do you protect yourself beyond the boundaries of your country, okay? So again, another comment coming up, there are no support structures for IP applications, and many inventors have to go through the entire process without guidance, yet they lack the technical ability to do so. One of the things I liked from what we've come and what I know URSB is working on is also working with other centers, particularly universities. I can give the example of that, in supporting us to be able to run some of these services locally, okay? Because URSB is great, they're doing stuff also online, and I'm sorry I'm using URSB because that's the one I'm most familiar with, right? Yes, but the work, the opportunities are enormous. And one of the things why we have to appreciate that the opportunities are enormous is that for most of our countries, actually our average age, we are either having teenagers or very young adults as the average age in our countries, okay? And the literature, in theory, I mean, I tease my kids sometimes when we are going back and forth about, you know, who is more innovative in the house. But the guidance is that that age is the most creative, the most innovative, okay? Now, if that is the case, and they're in schools, they're in primary school, they're in secondary school and everything, how can we reach out even at that level and start providing support so that we address the next point in terms of early stage innovation support, okay? All the way down to primary schools and even earlier, okay? And then the last in this area is around the issue of financial support. The cost to use, access IP systems is a challenge. The funding to file for IP is a challenge. Securing IP, these are just comments, but really all speaking to the issue of financial support, okay? So what's therefore then is the impact of such gender gaps that arise from these challenges that I have mentioned, okay? One is the missed opportunities for economic development, okay? And I'm glad that in the room I'm seeing some of the champions in the women's space in business who, when we look at big business, we know we can count their names, okay? We need to have more women in that space, okay? And I think Flavia, she's still behind me, right? This would be her space. For the creatives, okay? For the creatives, because actually more and more, and I think partly because of the age that we have in Africa, the creative-related businesses are really presenting a big opportunity for us all, including men and women. And therefore, it's an area that we need to do a bit more work on and to encourage more participation by girls and women as a contribution, okay? Some studies actually estimate that if we were to close the gender gap in IP by 2030, which is not very far from now, this is a study that was done a few years back, we could potentially add $1 billion to our economies in Africa. How? By tapping into women's potential. So that is a big number that we are talking about and should motivate all of us to want to do something about this. And one of the studies that did a deep dive actually using Kenya as an example highlighted that actually if they were to close the gender gap in Kenya, and in the tech space, some refer to Kenya as the Silicon Valley of Africa, all right? So it's, you know, it's right up there, so the numbers become plausible, that if we were to close the IP gender gap, right, in Kenya, right, we could increase the GDP by 1 to 2% annually by boosting women-led innovations, particularly in agriculture and tech, okay? Agriculture, because that's where, for most of our African countries, the labor force is actually coming from women. A lot of it is there. And then also tech, because tech, the opportunities to, the barriers for entry in tech are fairly low, all right? So this is just an example of what the opportunity presents, okay? But not only on the side of economic development, also on the side of social development. So another study, and this one included South Africa, although I noticed South Africa is not among the member states yet, but we can still use them as an example, okay? And so they've reported corresponding benefits in social development because of higher female literacy rates, better access to healthcare, all because you're trying to push more towards education among the girls and the women and all these other opportunities that then ride along as benefits in that space. So clearly it is an area that we need to put quite some effort on, all right? So this is just my vision of, you know, when things are all working well and everything, that is how I would want to look like, you know? Increased innovation potential. Why? For inclusive economic and social development. All right. So around the issue of poverty, because according to the statistics, and which we can see also, girls and women are particularly affected around this issue. One is IP is an opportunity, creates jobs, all right, spurs innovation and competitiveness, okay? Spurs innovation because, you know, if you do a good job with whatever you are producing, whether on the creative side, whether on the tech side, okay, you can harness something out of it. So you have the motivation to proceed with your innovation. And also competitiveness, okay? Because with protection, you are able to stand out, okay? You are able to stand out, you are able to safeguard your value, all right? So this is an opportunity actually that IP provides for us. And coming from the university setting, one of the things that our students, and we've done even Africa-wide and international, students, their biggest fear is always, someone is going to steal my idea. So I'm not sharing because it is going to be stolen, okay? And our answer to them is that, number one, an idea will not move anything. It is a starting point, okay? Someone must do something with that idea, okay, in order to make it function. But still, all right, if we have IP, all right, we can protect that idea and your progress along the journey, so that now we should move away from that fear that people are going to steal my idea. The discussion would be, how do I protect my idea? And once I know how I can protect it, then I can freely innovate. So this is something that we really have to appreciate, okay? And so what does it mean? That because of this gap, right? And mark you, by the way, in terms of patents, Africa as a whole, we are not doing very well, okay? So this is not a space, and we have some debates about this actually at the university, that you like talking so much about the women as if the men are doing any better. So let me get that out of the way. Africa in general, we are not doing well, okay? Yeah, but in that not doing well, you can see how bad the problem for women is, okay? Because we are 17% of the not doing well, okay? So that's what we have to keep at the back of our minds. So it is true, we need to, and I think, Mercy, you spoke to this very well, we have to work together, okay? We have to work together, but as we are working together to get out of this deep hole where we are, okay, we need to know that, yes, all of us are in the hole and we are trying to get out, but we need a bit more energy on the women so that, you know, the men don't now reach the surface, look around, and they are by themselves. And then Mr. Bemanya will have a problem because there will be no women around him to work with, okay? Yeah, so we need to address this issue. Because these are the things, because we cannot capitalize on our innovations. And if you go to the rural areas, I mean, actually one of my key research areas is, you know, smart villages, all right? Rural innovation. Because very, very simple solutions. It's just that we don't look at them as innovation. If I may give one example, and I know I promised to take a short time, but let me squeeze this in. During the time of COVID, there was the issue of wash your hands, wash your hands, wash your hands, okay? There was sanitizer, there were all these things. Now all these things cost, even the cheapest of them, cost a lot of money, all right? Now, that was one part of it. But I don't know how many of you had the chance to go to the rural areas at that time to see whether they really respected the protocols of, you know, social distancing and everything like that. In part, there was not one belief. But so, you know, when you go to Rome, you do what the Romans do. So we also attended some burials. And we went to this one, and what they had done, they got a regular jerrycan, 20-liter jerrycan. Okay, I'm assuming it's a common thing everywhere. 20-liter jerrycan. They got a pen, a regular pen, stuck that pen into the jerrycan. When you wanted to wash your hands, you remove the cover of the pen. Water flows out. When you finish, you put back the cover. So they had got a portable water solution for us to all be able to wash our hands. Now, don't ask me how we were putting back and forth that cover and what happened. But at least using locally available materials, 2 materials, 1 a jerrycan, okay? And because of the water situation we have back home, jerrycans are fairly commonplace. 2, a pen. Probably it was the child's pen or something like that. Those were the 2 solutions, materials that they needed. So there are opportunities there. How do we capitalize on that and tap into how people are solving their challenges? Because if we can do that, this is a window for us to actually raise women out of poverty and onto the path of wealth creation. Okay? So some 2 examples here as well. One from Rwanda. Okay? In Rwanda, they've actually done quite a bit of work in terms of empowering women to have IP. And this has actually led, of course, with other programs that they are working on, to an increase in the startups. I've provided a number of references where people can pick up more on these stories. Also Nigeria, I've also added a reference there, where they have seen that in the agricultural space, right, women who've actually been able to secure their IP rights have seen a 30% increase in income, okay? So what we are sharing here has been done somewhere and somehow, okay? The thing is, how do we get all these practices and move forward for the advantage of all of us, taking lessons of what has worked, but also what has not worked, okay? So that we don't repeat some of these mistakes, okay? As I shared earlier, okay, the screens are looking different in terms of color, but I hope you can read it. But the essence of this is I just wanted to show that for any of the SDGs, okay, as a result of having these gender gaps, we have an impact, okay? So if we talk about SDG 1, which speaks about no poverty, okay? So if we are not able to monetize our creations, we shall not address SDG 1, okay? In terms of using the opportunity of IP, okay, to lift us out of poverty and create wealth, okay? SDG 4, quality education, okay? Lack of access, in particular to STEM education, all right, reduces girls' and women's IP participation. I think that came very well in the panel. I don't need to belabor that point. So I just picked a sample, okay, of the SDGs here to show that if you pick any one of them, you can actually see that if we don't address this gender gap, then we are going to linger on with some of these problems which could more easily be solved, all right? The last point was on the issue of collaboration, and that came out actually quite well. And again, this SDG 17, okay? That actually when we collaborate, when we have industry, when we have private sector, when we have government, all coming together on this issue, this is one of the areas that we would be able to tap into reducing this gender gap. Okay, so as I prepare to close, just a few thoughts, okay? One is, I do want to acknowledge the efforts that have already been undertaken to address this gender gap. And speaking for URSB, because I'm more familiar with the work they have done there, as opposed to the other member states, this is why I'm using the word sustained, okay? I didn't want to say start, because start would mean there is nothing, okay? No, there is something. We need to sustain and build onto this, okay? So that actually by reducing this gap, right, we shall have our economies and our social sectors benefiting from the contributions of boys and girls, men and women. All right? I have tried in my presentation to include girls everywhere it could, or use the word female, in recognition of the fact that we have a very young continent. So if we have a very young continent, it means we must start with our young ones, okay? We must start with our young ones. Maybe it should even be part of the curriculum, okay? In the primary, and like in Uganda where we have the competence-based curriculum, all right? For our O-level. All right? How are we infusing that with IP and opportunities for where can they get training, so that by the time I'm coming out, I may not know everything I need, but I know where to go to get what I need, to get the information that I need, okay? One thing that I always also tease our students, where I give a lot of examples about that, you see, when they come into engineering in the first year, our academic year starts in August, September, which means that in 3 months' time, after 3 months of studying engineering, and engineering for us is a 4-year course. So after studying those 3 months, they are going to go to their villages or wherever they are, and people are going to be calling them engineer, right? Never mind that you actually need to be registered to have ENG against your name. It is a process, okay? Not even just getting a degree is sufficient for you to use that title. But after 3 months, they're going to, people say, hey, engineer, engineer, or maybe even other fields, they'll be saying the same. And I tell them, I have no problem with that. So long as, in addition to calling you that, because you are taking an engineering program, they can also feel that you are doing something. You are solving a problem in the community, okay? So there are these leakages of water, and this, even all over here, every now you see, maybe a pipe has been cut and everything. Can we have a simple solution that can ease detection of such breakages along the way, okay? The roads have been fixed, and we spend so much money on our roads. But you know, it starts as a small pothole, it grows, it grows, it grows. The next thing you know, it is a lake, which is causing significant traffic jam, okay? And all of us experience that, okay? Could we come up with some simple solutions, okay, that can aid quick spotting of such, and even some simple materials, locally based materials, that can provide some patchwork while the funds to come and do the bigger jobs get done, okay? And what are the opportunities for girls in that space, okay? Because we all see these opportunities differently. There was a time I was engaging with a community in a rural area, and they had just actually graded their road, okay? And I was like, wow, this is great, okay? You have now a nice road. It wasn't tarmacked, it was graded. You have now a nice road and everything. They said, maybe for you because you came by a car. You get it? So yes, the road was there, okay, wide and nice, but it hadn't actually touched their needs. So innovation is solving the problems that the community has, okay? And wherever they are, girls and women, they are having different challenges, and what we need to do is to facilitate them and support them to come up with locally appropriate technologies that can solve technologies or approaches, by the way, because innovation can also be an approach, it can be a policy, it doesn't necessarily have to be something we touch and hold. The other area that we need also to work on is funding opportunities, okay? And that's why I'm thinking it is really so opportune that from here, our Vice President was going to launch a function where we are opening up more funding. We hope that there will be more support for this. We need innovation programs to handhold. You saw the comments that came through earlier. We need more work around awareness, but we also need more work with people who actually have innovations and how we support them. So the whole value chain, if I may use that terminology, is something that we need. And in terms of concluding remarks, if you were to ask me in my phrase, I would say, more to be done, more to go. That is my conclusion, okay? If you want a little bit of meat to eat, it is those things, but these things were all said. Education, financial support, technical support, legal support, collaboration, okay? Very key in this space. So with that, as I said, there are a number of references I've shared there, but I'd like to thank you all for your kind attention.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much, Dr. Dorothy. I'm also a huge fan. Yes. You mentioned a couple of things. The lack of information, where to start and what to do, very key. The early stage innovation support. I think if we stay there, the next generation, we don't have to troubleshoot like we are doing now. Thank you so much. And what did she say? That if we actually invest in this conversation, there's $1 billion to put back in the economy by 2030. The other day, man, good news. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to hold you. She said she was in between lunch and you. I do not want to be the one who's in between 5 times between you and lunch. So after the lunch session, we'll have 2 sessions. After lunch, we'll have 2 sessions. There's one on policy mechanisms to support women who are involved in innovation. And actually, we do have Mr. Innocent Fred Jolu from UNDP who will be having that conversation. And then we have a panel who will be here, and they'll be talking about leveraging diverse backgrounds. And you have the program, I know, in your folders, so you'll be able to look at that as you prepare ahead. And that will be moderated by Musitwa Paula, who's an IP lawyer with Musitwa Associates and solicitors. I know we each have our coupons. If you haven't gotten a lunch coupon, right when you walk out, there's an information desk that should be able to give you that. And the lunch is at the Sunset Terrace. Once you walk out again, Information is freely available. You can ask and they'll be directing you. Enjoy that lunch, devour it, and at 3 p.m., let's come back here. I won't be part of the afternoon sessions, but it's been a privilege and an honor to be here at the start of the Women in IP conference and to be your host for this morning and into the afternoon. And it's not the end, it's just the beginning, and I will be definitely part of this conversation. So allow me set your stomachs free. Goodbye.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakopmund Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
maendeleo ambao wanaonyesha wenzetu ambao ni Waganda, ambao pia wetu wa Mashariki na Kati, wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa basira ambao wameitengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Misri trigger si vitu vizuri kama hivi. Sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari iko vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo wanatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The
Check 1 and 2. Al. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1 and 2.
online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape.
Sound check. DJ Pro.
African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakopmund Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
maendeleo ambao wanaonyesha wenzetu ambao ni Waganda, ambao pia wetu wa Mashariki na Kati, wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa basira ambao wameitengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Bisi trigger si vitu kama hivi. Sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari kwa vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo wanatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Maendeleo ambayo wanaonyesha wenzetu ambao ni Waganda ambao pia kwetu Mashariki na Kati wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa hiyo basi ambao wametengeneza ni moja mfano. Bisi trigger si vitu kama hivi. Sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC gari kwa vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo wanatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati. maendeleo ambao wanaonyesha wenzetu ambao ni Waganda, ambao pia wetu wa Mashariki na Kati, wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa basira ambao wameitengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Bisi trigger si vitu kama hivi. Sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo wanatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakopmund Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
maendeleo ambao wanaonyesha wenzetu ambao ni Waganda, ambao pia wetu wa Mashariki na Kati, wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa hiyo basira ambao wameitengeneza ni moja mfano. Bisi trigger vitu kama hivi. Sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari kwa vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo wanatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops, and the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols. The Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay
Check. Good afternoon. So we should be starting in the next few minutes. We have a couple of exciting presentations and discussions happening later this afternoon. And so we'll just give it about 1 or 2 minutes to have everyone else gather in, and we'll get right into the next program. Our presenters are already in the house for the next session. I'll also ask the team from URSB, if you are around, to just help gather the rest of our participants and delegates, and we get into the next session for the next few hours as we're here in the afternoon. We should be starting in the next few minutes. It is 3:27, so by 3:30 we'll be starting with our next presenter. And once again, I'll ask the team to just help me gather the delegates and participants back into the hall so that we can continue with the rest of the program. Thank you. All right, so it's 3:30, and we are going to resume with our program. Earlier on in the day, it was mentioned that as much as this is a women's focused conference, the men are supporting the women. So I am only here in a support role, supporting the MC of the program. My name is Mark Tugume, a senior officer with the Directorate of Intellectual Property at Uganda Registration Services Bureau. We are going to get straight into our program for the rest of the afternoon. And right now we are going to listen to a presentation on the policy mechanisms to support women involved in innovation. And this presentation will focus on policy mechanisms that can be adopted to encourage, foster, and strengthen women's participation in innovation. This presentation is going to be delivered by Mr. Innocent Fred Ejolu, who is here on behalf of the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program in Uganda. So let's all welcome Mr. Innocent Fred Ejolu, who is going to take us through this presentation. Mr. Ejolu, you are welcome, and we are excited to listen from you.
Good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. I was about to be called to make my presentation, and I was wondering whether I was going to, for those who do intermittent fasting, I was wondering whether I was going to accelerate that process, but the MC rescued you and sent you out for lunch, so it's good that you're back. My name is Ejolu Innocent. I'm the team lead for innovation and inclusive growth at UNDP. The rep should have been here, but regrettably she was not able to make it. Yes, please. This is Fine. Yeah, she couldn't make it, but she's very much in spirit with us all in the conversation we are having about women in IP and what that actually means for Africa. And I'll be making a presentation looking at policy mechanisms to support women involved in innovation. And given the background that I'm coming from, as UNDP, you may know that we are the development agency for the UN system, and mainly we are looking at helping countries get out of poverty, build resilience, and also help countries, connect countries to knowledge, and resources. That's what we typically do. So we are quite active in the policy space, but we also do work at the community level on the ground. More recently, we are beginning to increase our focus on the youthful population in Uganda because, like the previous presenter said, Prof, this is a young country. We've just done the census. Under 50%, 17 years, children, and under 73%, 30 years. So it's a very young population, which is a huge opportunity for us, but we can lose it as well if we don't deal with issues like intellectual property. So I'm happy to be sharing with you ideas that could inform how we strengthen our policy regime and we capitalize on what IP can do for us as we strive to industrialize our countries. So the presentation I'm going to take you through is not a very long one, so just sit back and move with me. In here we have innovators, and I think that's a very good thing. I was talking to the MC about the audience, and he told me we have innovators. I said, those are very important when we are talking about policy, but of course other players will also be very useful in a conversation that helps us create system shifts and systemic changes to help us actually materialize what is possible through IP in helping our women entrepreneurs through creation, innovation, commercialization, all the way through to the protection of whatever they create and the businesses that they build around that. Now, this is very important for the innovators because if you're not part of the conversation, then you're taking the wrong path, because we shall end up with policy regimes that actually don't work for you, whether it's issues of education, whether it's the issues of financing, whether it's issues of skilling, whether it's the market access, whether it's competition, you name it. So having you here is very important because we begin to understand your pain and where you also see opportunities and the lessons you're learning, and therefore help us build policy regimes that actually can make sense. So on the slides over there, I had, where do I point? Just a second. I was given some instructions. I hope your cell is strong. Ah, lovely. Very good. Very good. Now, I don't normally like starting on the wrong note, but we will have to talk about our development, because that's the context in which we want to see the women effectively contributing to progress. And Professor talked about socioeconomic development and what this conversation means for it. Now, if you look at the SDGs, we are at 17% implementation globally. If you come down to the country here in Uganda, we are at 17% in meeting our aspirations in the National Development Plan 3. In fact, we are even contemplating just continuing with NDP 3 and forgetting about NDP 4. We've had this kind of conversations. So we have a big challenge, and we need to take advantage of innovation. We need to take advantage of innovation in the broadest sense possible, because the industrial societies that we see, or those that are industrializing, most of these have been driven by innovation and entrepreneurship. Therefore, innovation and technology gives us an opportunity for this socio-economic progress. Very, very important. And in Uganda, women are over 50%, I think 51%. So this is a constituency we cannot afford not to capitalize on. So the women give us a highway through which we can do production and change our societies. So I thought I should just share this to put our conversation in that broader context, which Prof had actually also touched upon. Now, sometimes we want to look down upon women, and yet women are doing great things. That is the nature of sometimes our society, with male chauvinism and what have you. So we have female innovators who have pioneered significant technologies and processes that have shaped modern industry. And I have some examples for you. Ada Lovelace, the first computer programmer, or Hedy Lamarr, a Hollywood actress. She co-invented the frequency hopping spread spectrum. This was the foundation for our modern wireless technologies, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, or Sandy Mwai from Malawi. She developed the Flow Assist 4 drip monitor, which addresses healthcare delivery challenges in low-resource settings by significantly improving the accuracy of IV fluid administration. Then there was Maria Telke's first solar-powered heating system and first fully solar-powered house. Women are leading in innovation. We need to empower more of the women, and it was good to hear Prof talking about the kids at school. In the primary schools, in the secondary school, they should be part of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We should give them that foundation. And they show us what they can do. Women are powerful. We just need to give them the platform, empower them. So women are underrepresented in key innovation sectors, especially STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, with only 25% of the top innovation firms being led by women, and women holding only 5% of patents. A study done by UNESCO, the Institute for Statistics and European Patent Office, suggests that organizations with higher levels of gender diversity on their executive teams, including higher female representation, are 21% more likely to outperform their peers on profitability, but 27% more likely to have superior value creation. I'd forgotten about my two eyes. These figures underline the pivotal role of women in driving forward the next generation of innovation. So this is very important, just to put our conversation into perspective as we look at some of the barriers that we need to talk about. And it was good to hear you, Prof, talking about the gender gaps. There's a lot of problems there. These biases that we have that manifest in discrimination, we have them and they are prominent here. In fact, research indicates that women are less likely to be recognized for their contribution and often receive less credit for collaborative work compared to male counterparts. If you check the gender wage gap, you'll find that it's at 16% in the STEM professions. So an engineer, male engineer, is likely to earn 16% more than the woman. This is not good. Also, securing funding is very difficult. It's very hard for women innovators, to secure funding, whether it's venture capital. For instance, we see that it's disproportionately favoring men more than it favors women-led, startups. Of course, there is that whole space of intellectual property that we also like to look at. It's very complex. Women are losing out in the process in navigating that whole complexity. It's a big challenge. There is not much information. There is not much knowledge. We need to get our entrepreneurs and innovators, creators to understand that this IP is very important, and they need to understand the chain from creation, innovation, commercialization, protection, enforcement, and how you end up getting different types of IP. And the value there, you can sell, you can buy, you can lease, you can rent. There is value in IP. In fact, we've seen countries whose industrialization, those countries who you see on the frontier of innovation, have very strong intellectual property right protection regimes. Why? Because this value is ultimately what drives industry, because it can unlock investment in many ways. Next slide, challenges. We did a study with an Israeli farm, Startup Blink, just trying to understand the Uganda ecosystem, startup ecosystem, whether you're looking at enterprise and what is going on in there. We found lots of challenges. The biggest one is about talent, skilled talent. You may innovate, and you have a very nice solution. It could be a sanitary pad that is reusable. If you want to go industrial in terms of production, you are going to need a certain type of labor force, you know. Challenges start manifesting at that level when you can't find that kind of skill you need to build an industrial process, even at the cottage level. Very, very big challenge. The other is, of course, the financing. If you look at our financing landscapes, banks are not really designing instruments for innovators. They are super risk averse. If anything, they may sink you, but they try in the current, monetary context to provide solutions, but we need to de-risk your innovations, your startups, and help them to grow. And when they grow, who takes them to scale? We need resources and instruments that also address that. So there are challenges in the financing as well. But the corporate engagement is another that is also very much linked to financing. In countries like Kenya, South Africa, Ethiopia, you see some progress in that area, but Uganda hasn't registered as much progress, significant progress in terms of leveraging corporate investment in our startup ecosystem. So we have opportunities to work with big players in our economy. Market access is a challenge. Of course, most of our innovators and entrepreneurs sometimes look at the local market, but we are saying look beyond the local market, if you're going to be competitive. Now we have an African market, 1.3 billion. How are you designing for that market? So market access becomes very important, but there are challenges. How do you get to Nigeria? There are transportation issues, there are logistics issues, there are issues of standard, quality, packaging. All that needs to be facilitated by some enabling policy regimes, whether at the governmental level or even in institutions where innovation is taking place, universities, businesses, industry, name it. The other is functional spaces. We've set up lots of industrial parks, fine. We have lots of innovation, accelerator hubs, fine. But we've not had enough spaces that enable design, maker spaces, whether it's computer-aided design, whether it is working with different types of materials, whether it's in the food tech, name it. So that's another area where we did quite a lot of investment. And looking beyond cities, we should get to the communities where the people are, where the woman is. They can design as well. How do you enable that kind of thing? Then the whole policy regulatory framework. Uganda now is working on a startup act. JICA is supporting that process. This study is informing that process as well. Tunisia has been benchmarked. We think that we can benchmark with other countries that are maybe more similar to our own country. But without an enabling kind of policy or law, how do you even start helping the women, create intellectual property around some of their creation, their innovation, and so forth, let alone even taking them into that commercial sphere. So we have those challenges. Then, of course, infrastructure. You have to think of internet. You have to think of power at the end of the day. And we have to talk about this in terms of the last mile. Because if you want to intervene in schools, you will need power in the schools. You need internet in the schools. So in terms of how we are giving women opportunity or access, it's an issue. There are markets you go to, and internet access is a challenge. You would expect them to easily have internet to facilitate payments and all what happens around that, but we have these challenges. So our policies should be able to speak to these as we also capitalize on opportunities we see. We have a huge population. It's growing rapidly. We are urbanizing very fast. We now have a continental market. These are all market opportunities. In terms of the range of products you can build or create, it's limitless. So we have a space in which innovation can thrive, but we need to enable it. The other is, of course, advances in technology, of course, such as mobile internet, affordable devices. All these create opportunities for women. And sometimes I find the women out there smarter than me. When I'm at a loss, I'm trying to figure out how to make a payment. They will have a solution for me. So they can create within that context. Of course, government is providing policies as well, but sometimes these policies are not easy to understand. Sometimes they come across as maybe political statements because we tend to redo the same thing, but never yield positive outcomes. If you talk of wealth funds, for instance, Entandikwa, there are many. We can list them for the last decade or so. They've scored some results, but we've also significantly lost resources. How can we design better for women entrepreneurs and also help them secure some IP for whatever they are creating? Now, I'll try and answer the question we were given based on the discussions we had at the office. What policy mechanisms can the member states of ARIPO or African countries adopt or foster or strengthen in pushing women and their participation in innovation? We think that we have to empower our women. It's very important. We have to do that, and education and training is very important. We need to think about education and training of the young woman especially, because this is the future, which is today, incidentally. So we need programs around science, technology, engineering, and math for the young girls. The other, of course, is professional development, which can also help women already in the workforce, women already in industry. Recently, we were in Kampala. We were working on an Irish potato value chain with the university there. And the DVC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, was asking a question of where can we find support for women development in leadership? And she was looking just at the academic sphere or academic industry. Women need to transition from one level to the next as they become leaders in the different spheres in which they are, whether it's business, science, or name it. But we do not have programs that enable those transitions for women. We need to design more and more of such programs. We have wonderful innovators here in Uganda, women, in all sorts of spheres. Sometimes we think all they need is money. Maybe sometimes we need to help them understand the global context and how they position better, to compete with women in other parts of the continent, etc. So that whole area of education and training, we think is very important because we need to deal with the talent question. And we need to develop our human resources. That's one area. Related to that is the whole mentorship and networking. We have to do more to facilitate networking and also to connect the young women or even older women with knowledge in other parts of the continent, expose them. Recently we took some women to Lagos. We are trying to think about how we can take advantage of Uganda Airlines and the flights it's setting up on the continent to expose some of our SME women to these markets. Because we have wonderful products here, but the Ugandan market is small. And Ugandans sometimes don't like our own. We think something from elsewhere is exciting. So maybe we need to venture out there and take these products out. So we've done some of these kind of mentorships and networking initiatives, but we need a more systemic approach to the way we do that kind of stuff. The other, of course, is the financial incentives and grants, specifically targeting the women innovators. We need to address this. The World Bank, for instance, has the WAY fee program in Nigeria, which helps women to unlock commercial finance, commercial financing. MTN in South Africa is also doing something positive, the MTN South Africa Foundation, where they launched a challenge committing significant resources to enable innovation, entrepreneurship, and job creation. That is something good being given back by these corporations. So we need to see a bit more of that, maybe greater engagement by government and the private sector to orient them more towards development impacts and maybe less on profit, because these businesses need to build the market. So that type of investment is something positive. The incentives that can enable more of that need to also be packaged in a policy environment to facilitate this process. I talked about the maker spaces. UNDP has launched what we call Timbuktu. It's a Pan-African initiative that is looking at fostering innovation ecosystems in public universities. Basically, we are saying there is an opportunity with African universities, because in there you find knowledge, you find the faculty, the professors, you find the young people with all that creativity. There is an opportunity for them to build solutions for today's rapidly changing problems. What we need is to create spaces that allows them to be able to build these prototypes, create programs that allows them to be able to connect with industry, that allows them to commercialize some of these programs. That's an area we are looking at. So we have 13 innovation pods in 13 universities across the continent. One is at Makerere, and we are working with Professor. It's early days, we've just set it up, but it's already showing promise. We've already struck a partnership with Kira Evi, which was birthed out of Makerere University, on skilling to create that pipeline of engineers who are going to support the growth of this industry, this nascent e-mobility industry, the Kira EV automobiles that we are building. That's one example. We are already seeing opportunities to think about the steel industry and how we could get our local steel industry to start supplying the kind of steel that industry will need. There's an opportunity there that we are beginning to see as well, and many other examples. We are also exploring whether we can connect the university with these informal fabricators and see if some of the machines they are building can be enhanced to drive our cottage industry. Because sometimes we think of industrialization as an investment issue, where you come from out with investment, build an industry, but the base is here, and it's the SME. It's that woman innovator out there. It's that woman entrepreneur out there. How can we support them to take some of the solutions they are building, to a higher level and get into more strategic markets, or even drive the industrialization process itself? So we need to think about our universities and how we enable them to actually drive this innovation. We think this is going to be very important because those are spaces that women can also leverage. Now, there is this whole maze of the intellectual property and the technicalities that go with it. We need to get our women to understand the opportunity that we have with IPs. In fact, for this country, I was asking the colleague, do we have an idea of the stock of our intellectual property and the potential we have based on what is being created or what has been created out there, or even what has been built by Ugandans but is in the diaspora? Do we have any idea? And how can we help facilitate a process to actually incentivize investment in some of these IP, get it registered and so forth? So we think that financial incentives are important, tax breaks especially, and grants. And this needs to happen deliberately through policy signals. So we think there's a lot of work here. Sometimes there are a lot of grants out there and wealth funds, but they may not be oriented towards processes that are actually creating value that can be patented or that can be registered in IP. So we want to channel maybe more of these resources or some of these resources in where we see opportunities, what is potentially scalable, so that we can also get some return from some of these significant amounts of monies that we are spending. So we can provide the support. I think she gave us a very good example of what is happening in Rwanda. Rwanda is just around the corner. It's good to learn from your neighbors. I hope we are open to that. So we need to also package more deliberately support. URSB is doing very well, but it's an ecosystem. All these players need to feature in this conversation. Where is the Ministry of Industry? They have a huge role to play. It's good to see that the agenda is elevated here at the presidency through science, technology, innovation, but we need to get the whole system working together on strengthening that policy environment. Maybe just to summarize, I'm not sure how much time I was allotted and whether I'm still on time. Are we okay? Very good. So just to summarize, I think it's important for us to focus on startups that have a real scale potential and increase the quality of our ecosystem. So trying to do blanket solutions is good, but sometimes blanket solutions have never worked because you try to make everybody happy and you don't create transformation anyway. So we need to zero in on women entrepreneurs who we can quickly help secure their intellectual property and have that registered and facilitate a process to capitalize on that. That should be the first step to take as we are figuring out issues of skilling, as we continue to figure out issues to do with the innovative financing and that whole landscape, as we continue to do the corporate engagement. We need to work with real entrepreneurs who are already showing us value, but who sometimes we have, some skepticism about, doubt, and all this. We have to lift them up and help them, get to a place where they have IP, and that IP is translating into value that is driving business, that is driving industry. I think that's going to be very, very important, and the policies should be able to speak to this. I think there are best practices on what should be contained in a comprehensive framework of policies, programs, and initiatives that can foster women entrepreneurship. You have to address the whole range of these issues. If you are not, you're not building a system. And this is best practice. It's been applied in the ASEAN countries, and I think it's thriving there. So fostering innovation and technology, that whole space, whether it's through skilling, through the schooling system, whether it's creating spaces and enabling prototyping and enterprise development, commercialization in the universities, we have got to do that. It's very, very important. Increasing access to gender-responsive finance and financial services. There's an opportunity in investing in the woman. We built a project on Karamoja. We called it Women-Led Large-Scale Commercial Agriculture. And we are looking at oilseed, cereals, and legumes. And very high-ranking people were wondering why we are talking of women-led. And one would think in Karamoja, the woman of Karamoja is an obvious pillar in Karamoja, because the Karamojan woman does practically everything. She builds the house, she finds the fuel to cook the food, raises the children, does literally everything. The gentleman, you know what happens. They are probably relaxed or herding the cattle. So we said this woman may not have been traditionally in crop production, but we can start them on that journey. And the results are phenomenal. We are doing it with the government of South Africa through the India, Brazil, South Africa facility. And there's a lot you can get out of these women, including the women down there in the community. And they are innovating solutions around how to beat certain pests, how to deal with the variability of weather, how to navigate the dysfunction of value chains. There are solutions in what they are trying to do, but we don't document this. And women are showing leadership. Individual characters are showing leadership. We need to be able to reach them, identify them, and protect whatever value they are creating, through those processes. Of course, we have to build the laws, the enabling laws and incentives, then deal with the issue of market access, both domestic and international. Market is not guaranteed, as much as we may have protocols. You know how we struggle to take our eggs across the border and all that kind of stuff. Behind the losses, you may not see the face of the woman entrepreneur who is finding ways to break even on poultry production. So we need to deal with issues of market access. They are always not obvious. We have to continue tackling them, even through commercial diplomacy. Enhance human capital. If you don't have that skill, forget it. You'll always be left behind, very uncompetitive, and you may not apply the technology. Then, of course, the business development services. If you take the creative industry, for instance, in Uganda we have a puzzle. Why don't our musicians break through? That's the question we ask. We wonder how come the Nigerians go global and we struggle. Yet we have interesting beats, we have interesting melodies. In fact, we could even beat some of the Nigerians, but there are issues with the model around which our artists are managed, or even how they deal with the market. So if you just take that creative segment of what is possible, there is a lot that we could possibly do. So we need to build business development services that also deal with peculiar needs in different spheres in which we see creativity, innovation, happening, and where there is commercial value. Then, of course, lastly, we have to work with multiple stakeholders. So if we don't find ways to create governance around these ecosystems, we are not going to make it. We shall end up with entrepreneurs, quote unquote, who just come in, find that innovative woman, rip him or her off, and that's the end of her story. He has also made a quick deal, and that's it. So there's a range of best practices that we can use in building the policy mechanisms. I may not have given you very specific answers, but it's because we need to avoid the problem of always building policies that never happen. That never happen. We just have to start this conversation with you, the innovators, engage with government, and make incremental progress in trying to create a policy regime that actually makes sense for women in innovation. So I would like to stop there and hope that this will be maybe useful in driving the conversation as we go into the panel discussion. But what a great delight to interact with you on this subject. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Ejolu for that very informative presentation. And I believe, like he mentioned, we are going to keep discussing these things and sharing ideas on what we can adopt, especially as member states just across the region, on what can be done to support women involved in innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a slight change to the program. Like it was mentioned, we'll have a panel discussion. But right before that, we are going to have a presentation, and this will be delivered by representative this is on behalf of Honorable Mampo Chabane. I hope I have pronounced that well, who is a member of parliament from Lesotho, and she's also an innovator. So we'll have a brief presentation on her behalf, and this will tackle policy implications and support mechanisms for women involved in intellectual property. And right after the presentation, we will get into our panel discussion, which will build onto this presentation. So you're welcome. A round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, everybody. I didn't know, today I have realized that delegation extends even beyond home soil. I submit. Let me say, what I'm going to say is going to be a repeat presentation, but I've also realized that repeat presentations are beneficial. In Lesotho and across many ARIPO member states, existing IP policies often do not adequately address the unique challenges that women face in this field. The legal and socio-economic barriers are significant, and many women lack access to resources and education needed to provide and commercialize the intellectual property. The absence of gender-sensitive policies means that women are often left out of the conversation. To remedy this, we need to focus Let me continue for the benefit of time. Where was I now? Oh. You want me to read that?
No, you read here.
Oh. No, I can't do both. Where was I when you interrupted? We need to focus on creating policies that specifically target these barriers. These policies should promote equitable access to IP rights, resources, and education, ensuring that women can fully participate in and benefit from the IP systems. For example, a policy initiative could mandate the inclusion of gender perspectives in national IP strategies, ensuring that women contribute and their needs are specifically recognized and addressed. Now we are moving on to mechanisms. Support mechanisms are vital in bridging the gap between policy and practice, ensuring that women in all ARIPO member states and other African countries can fully participate in IP. One key support mechanism is capacity building. This involves creating training programs, especially designed for women, equipping them with the necessary skills to navigate the IP landscape. In Lesotho, for instance, we can establish workshops and seminars focused on IP education for women, entrepreneurs, innovators, and creators. Mentorship and networking play a critical role in IP. Women in IP often lack the support networks that their male counterparts enjoy. Establishing a mentorship programs where experienced women can guide and support newcomers can make a huge difference. Additionally, creating networks of women in IP across ARIPO member states can foster collaboration and the sharing of best practices, further strengthening their participation. Financial support is also crucial. Women-led innovations often face financial constraints that limit their potential. Establishing grants, funding programs, and partnership with international organizations can provide the necessary financial resources to support women in IP initiatives. Such support mechanisms should be inclusive, ensuring that women from all backgrounds, including rural and marginalized communities, have access to these opportunities. Other mechanisms are that empowerment of women in IP this is a general observation. Empowerment of women in IP is not just about policies, support mechanisms. It's about creating an inclusive ecosystem that allows women to lead and succeed. We need to promote diversity in IP decision-making bodies and encourage women leadership within IP-related institutions. For example, a policy initiative that encourages gender diversity in IP-related institutions combined with support mechanisms that offers leadership training for women can help more women take on leadership roles in the IP field. In Lesotho, such initiatives could transform how women participate in IP, ensuring they are not just part of the ecosystem of the system, but are leading. Furthermore, policies that promote equal access to IP resources, when paired with support mechanisms that provide financial and technical assistance, create an environment where women can innovate, protect their ideas, and commercialize them successfully. These strategies are not applicable only to Lesotho, but across ARIPO member states. We have come with some recommendations here. We need to provide gender-inclusive policies. ARIPO member states should prioritize the development and implementation of gender-inclusive IP policies. These policies must address the specific challenges women face in accessing and benefiting from IP rights, ensuring that women are not just participants, but are leaders in the IP landscape. Establish comprehensive support systems. We must create support mechanisms that are inclusive, accessible to all women across ARIPO member states. This includes targeted training programs, mentorship, opportunities, networking platforms, financial support tailored to the needs of the women. We should also use local languages for policy explanations to ensure that all women, including those in the rural and marginalized communities, can understand and benefit from IP policies. It is crucial that these policies are explained in the local languages of member states. By doing so, we make the policies more accessible, reducing language barriers, and increasing awareness and understanding among women who may not be fluent in more widely used languages like English. We can also foster collaboration among stakeholders. Finally, collaboration is key. I urge all stakeholders here, including governments, international organizations, and civil society, to work together in adopting these recommendations. In conclusion, dear delegates, effective policy initiatives, inclusive support mechanisms, and the use of local languages are essential for empowering women in IP. By addressing these unique challenges faced by women and creating an environment that supports their participation, we can unlock their potential to access international markets. Let me say to all of you, for the whole month of August, in Lesotho, we have been celebrating Women's Month, and we invite you to do the same as we are gathered here and say, Happy Women's Day, Happy Women's Month.
In Lesotho, it's not just Women's Day, it is Women's Month. I hope Uganda can also pick a leaf. Thank you so much for that presentation. And like we mentioned, this is also forming the background for the panel discussion that is going to be had. But now that I have been appointed as moderator as well, just for this afternoon session, I like to do something with the participants just to still test how alert they are, because usually in the afternoon, after the lunch you have had, some parts still don't function as they should. So I'm going to invite all of us, if we can, to get up on our feet. Just stand on your feet. And those who know this, this is a little game I like to call Simon Says. But since it's a women's conference, I am going to call it Anita Says. I don't know if there's an Anita in the conference. So Anita, if I say Anita says, touch your head, you do what Anita tells you to do, okay? So Anita says, touch your head. Anita says, touch your knees. Anita says, touch your shoulders. touch your head. Did Anita say? Exactly. So we want to draw the distinction between, we want to know which schools you attended. Okay, that was a trial. Anita says touch your head. Anita says touch your shoulders. Touch your knees. Again, did Anita say? They used to say, read the instructions, the following, and follow. Okay? Anita says touch your shoulders. Anita says touch your knees. Touch your head. You can have your seats. So like I mentioned, we are getting into the last program for the day, and this is a panel discussion that is going to be moderated by an accomplished and well-proven IP lawyer in the country, Ms. Musitwa Paula. So I will invite Ms. Paula Musitwa, who will take up her seat, and because I am not worthy to introduce the panelists, she will do that on my behalf as well. So let's appreciate Ms. Musitwa Paula, who will be our moderator for the panel discussion. Thank you. And for the technical team, I hope the microphones are ready.
I guess you can all hear me. We're good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely gentlemen who have joined us today. We appreciate you. Like it was said earlier, we cannot do this in exclusion, but with you, together with you. And just as a recap of what we have discussed today, and in line with our topic, women in IP, just a few things that I've picked up from the last conversations we have had. One, when it comes to women in IP, a lot of us here are very skilled in intellectual property, some of us on the expert side, but I like that the women, in the local areas have also been spoken about, and the use of local languages, which I found brilliant. And I've seen URSB do that sometimes, which is really good. And then we also have the women entrepreneurship. My lecturer in Zimbabwe always said, where is the money? So we shall not only skill the women that are on the protection or the legal side, but we must also bring in the women who are on the business side, who make us the money in all the several different ways. So without wasting any more time, I would love to invite my panelists. And I would like to begin with the distinguished honorable member of the Parliament of Lesotho, Ms. Mampo Javane. She's also an innovator. Please, a round of applause for her. And while our honorable member makes her way to the stage, allow me to invite another lady whose presence we really are grateful to have. She's the Director General of the Intellectual Property Office of Liberia. Ms. Gamai Kovoy. I would also love to invite our regional representative all the way from ARIPO, Ms. Maureen Fondon. Ms. Maureen is the head of copyright in ARIPO. She has over 15 years working in both Tanzania. She's worked in Tanzania and also currently in Zimbabwe with ARIPO. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Gloria Kamanzi. Yes, Ms. Gloria represents our entrepreneurs on this panel. We have a very diverse panel. She represents our entrepreneurs, and Ms. Gloria has actually over 15 years of experience in the textile and printing industry. She's also the founder of Glow Creations. You can check out Glow Creations online. I Googled it, so can you. And she's also the chairperson of the African Women Entrepreneurship Program, AWEP,
the Rwandan chapter. Our fifth panelist is Miss Angela Ndambuki. She is the regional director. Miss Angela, yes, she is the regional director for Sub-Saharan Africa at the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry, IFPI. And with her, she brings 15 years of experience, not only as a CEO, but also as someone in the creative industry. You're welcome, Miss Angela. All right. So I'm going to give my panelists 2 to 3 minutes, because what we're here to do is to basically hear from them, pick up on their experiences. What we have here are 5 different countries, first of all, that are represented. In this room, we have over 20 ARIPO countries represented. And I believe by the end of this conference, we will have heard from all the 22 countries. And so today, I have the honor to moderate the 5 ladies from the different countries that I've mentioned as they walked up here. And I'll give each one of them, I'll begin with the honorable member, who will give us her experiences, not only as an MP, she's also as an innovator in Lesotho in terms of policies and support mechanisms that are in place. What is the status quo in Lesotho currently, and what have you been doing in terms of bringing women into the intellectual property sphere?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And to all the women, I say you look beautiful today. It's a pleasure and honor to be in this place and meet wonderful faces, wonderful characters. And I met my friend from Malawi as well today. The last time I met it was in the US. My name, as mentioned, is Mampo Jabani. Unfortunately, I have a challenge with my eyes. I'm going for an op next week. So that's why my colleague had to take up my speech. I am a businesswoman since 1993. A little bit background. And I don't consider myself as a politician because I've never participated in politics before. I just stood in because I felt I needed to be in that space to be able to address issues that we always complain while we are on the floor. So we need to see more women in the corridors of power, because that is where we need to be able to solve and implement. I'm also an inventor. I started inventing since 1995. I'm holding 7 patents in different fields. Some are mechanical. I have one with me. Actually, I have one. I have a new one that is waiting a certification, the patent. It's, as we grow old, we see a lot of changes on our faces, and we don't want to do your Botox and stuff. So I decided to invent a small handheld device that helps to tone our facial and neck muscle. It's gonna come out soon. Unfortunately, to do a prototype is quite expensive because I think it's 450,000 US dollars, 15,000 US dollars. So I'm still trying to raise that money, and hopefully it will be available soon. This one is just a simple matchbox holder that I did in 1995. And the problem is, normally when you When it is dark and you need to find the matches in the house, you start looking around to normally where you normally put it. But when you hold it, you don't know whether it is upside down. So this way, this holder holds it like this, and then on top it glows. It glows in the dark. So you have the tray on top, and you put it in such a way that you always hold your matches at the back. Otherwise, you find your hands are wet. And then the used twig, we normally put it back in the matchbox. But now you have this empty tray that you put underneath. So a patent it doesn't have to be something that is complex, but it needs to be something that answers a specific problem. In the space where I am now in politics, with the background of business and innovation, I decided to start what I call the Basotho Flea Market. If you can check it up on Google, you'll find it. That was a space where I thought I would be able to gather as many women and entrepreneurs as possible, whereby we can be able to share information. Starting from this month, we normally have the flea market every month end. We are going to have it this upcoming Saturday. Then we asked the law office to participate in having a stall so that we can help and identify products that we feel they need protection. But we still need to convince people that after protecting your IP, it will be covered. Because you can see that there are a lot of fakes of high-end brands. And then the question is, if brands like your Chanel, you see fake products on the market and openly, so if I have my IP and it's protected, am I certain that it will be covered? That is the problem that I think we need to address. Maybe I should just be this brief.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mampo. And you did introduce, a very interesting perspective when it comes to patents, ladies, that, they don't have to be complicated, but also you represent exactly what we've been discussing today, that women out there are actually finding the problems and the solutions to those problems within their homes, within, very simple solution to a problem that we actually do face. And also just adding the little bit of the glow in the dark. That was a good touch. Very typical of women innovating and also coming up with solutions that are very practical. Thank you so much. And I think at this point, I would love to hear from Miss Maureen. Miss Maureen is from ARIPO. And basically on the regional perspective in terms of what is the current landscape, on regional policy initiatives. Ms. Mampo has mentioned some of the challenges that are being faced, but what is the current landscape in ARIPO? Regional policy initiatives, support mechanisms for women in IP. Are there any specific programs or policies that have been implemented or are in the works? We would love to hear from you from the regional perspective.
Thank you very much, Paula, and thank you for having us here. Indeed, it is an opportunity for us to share and to learn from each other. Well, it is time now, and it's never too late to leverage on what we already have. We are not where we used to be, but we shall be where we want to be, as together we can make it. So there is this African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So this is just amongst the very many initiatives that ARIPO has taken, because we want to go far and we are going together. ARIPO, as an intergovernmental organization having 22 member states in Africa, and we have potential member states who we hope that they shall join, and we shall have more than 30 countries, God willing. Yes, so when we look at the regional framework, you know, everything is being informed by the laws, the policies, what is in place. So as ARIPO, it was formed by the Lusaka Agreement in 1976. And since that time, there has been tremendous progress in terms of how intellectual property has advanced in the member states and even beyond. So we want to provide common services as ARIPO, pulling the resources together, and we grant IP titles. You can either use the national route or directly using the ARIPO route. Since morning, we have had various videos about ARIPO, who we are and what we do. And even we have a very vibrant website whereby you can connect and even learn more on what we do. So the Sustainable Development Goals, which have been alluded to earlier by previous speakers, they really speak to us also in terms of the policy implications that we have. And as partnerships, it's a very, very important aspect that we have to take into consideration, bringing up together the innovators, the organizations, the IP offices, and the regional organizations and regional blocks in terms of advancing IP. We have the Agenda 2063, which really informs us on the Africa that we want. We want to see an integrated continent. How do we arrive to that? If there is any expertise in terms of innovations in one country, innovating a certain part, and then the other country building up, so that eventually within Africa we give ourselves businesses and even involving you know, the market to be given within ourselves the value chain. To just be seen as progressing from one nation to the other as an integrated continent and leveraging on that. So the Africa we want, it's for us. And we have now the AFSTA IP protocol in the region, whereby it is an opportunity for all of us to see how best can we work together. We already have ARIPO, we already have OWAPI, who are registering IP and giving IP titles, granting. So how can we then be able to cooperate together with, in terms of also the AFSTA IP protocol, so that the members in Africa and beyond can also see the meaningful benefit of this protocol. So the legal and regulatory frameworks are very important, but we see that there is also inadequate or lack of the relevant policies on IP that greatly affect the IP landscape in Africa. So with this, ARIPO has very different kinds of initiatives which we have done that advances towards having a robust IP ecosystem. And with this, we have so many guidelines, for example, engaging in capacity building, awareness and capacitating our member states, and even the technology and innovation support centers, TISC, within our member states. We really encourage that, because through these innovation centers, it's where the IP comes out, the innovation, where we have our SMEs to be able to be assisted. And likewise, also, we have the ARAPET program, whereby all those who have, are doing the patent examination, they can be trained and go to the next level. So these are just some of them, but also, before I forget, there is the IP School Club, and demystifying the IP in the member states' school-going children. And this is very important. We heard from the previous speakers of how to try to reach out. But as ARIPO, we have the policy of, the policy is there that IP should be introduced as a curricula at all levels, from low elementary, high schools, and tertiary and university levels. So thank you very much, moderator, and I'll speak to other things as we move. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maureen. That was very insightful. And maybe just to my audience, you are going to have an opportunity to actually ask my panelists here some questions. So as they speak to you, as they go along, do take down all the questions that you have, and I will give you 15 minutes at the end of their session, and you can ask all the questions that you want, but within 15 minutes. So thank you so much, Maureen, for giving us the regional perspective. I would love to hear from Ms. Gamai, the Director General of the Liberia IP Office, specifically on what's happening in your office. Are there, any women, any initiatives that are targeting women to bring more women into the IP sphere? Any initiatives that have been a success, or that you believe we can actually copy, if I should say that, or that we should also have in place in our various countries? We would love to have an introspection on our sides, to see if we are really doing as much as we should or we shouldn't. So I'd love to hear from you, Ms. Gamai.
Thank you so much. And again, my name is Gamen Koboi, the Director General for the Liberia Intellectual Property Office. In terms of policy initiative in Liberia, we have been working very hard when it comes to women participation. I had my predecessor as a Director General. She is a woman. She has been very instrumental in terms of intellectual property, putting mechanisms into place. And she has been working with women like me. She has worked with Jamus. Jamus is the focus person for TAKES. I has been the focus person for GI in Liberia. To tell you about how the women has been working in the IP office. We have been working with SMEs in terms of building their capacity, not only building their capacity, but identifying those intellectual property rights, because we realize that women are working as SMEs, but they don't know what is intellectual property rights. So through the Whiteport IP clinic, we enrolled that in our system, and we recognize more than 15 women in intellectual property, some high design, some high trademarks. So after the training, we gave a discount, like a waiver for them to be able to have intellectual property rights to register their mark through that initiative to encourage women in my country. And I came with my deputy ministers from Commerce. She's sitting right there. They have their role out a women program, a grant that has been given to women entrepreneurs to strengthen not only the SMEs, because we work with the Commerce Ministry in intellectual property rights. So we have been actually working with a lot of women in IP, and I think this program today is just going to give us more strength and more encouragement to put more program into place. Because before I came, I had told my program director that this month, the beginning of next month, we are going to launch a women program in Liberia. So that is going to be something that will work with ARIPO and WIPO, because we realize that women has been underrepresented, not only in IP, but in terms of leadership in Africa. So the IP office, the National IP office, is working tirelessly to enroll more women into our programs. We have different programs, like she talks about the IP club. Liberia is one of the countries that initiated the IP club. And we have a female that is the coordinator for all the schools. So to tell you that we are not only working with men, we are actually working with more women in the IP office. So I'm encouraging all the national IP offices to not only look at maybe female just taking this desk to that place, because my predecessor gave me the opportunity. I'm not only head in the IP office, I'm a patent examiner. So in terms of IP, women can do more, but you have to give women support. You have to encourage women. And we can't do it alone. We have to work with the parliament. I'm happy that Lesotho have a representative from the parliament, because most of our IP laws do not have inclusion for women. So as we go back to our various countries, I'm encouraging all of us to have that provision in our law, to at least, if it is 5 or 10%, to have that percentage for women in IP, so that women can have voice, not only in the offices, but in parliament as well. So I will stop here so far and give the platform to other people. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kame. And I'll get back to you later on just something that you've raised in our laws and on what that would look like in our laws that have some aspect that is, geared towards women specifically, what that would look like. But before we do that, I would love to hear from Miss Angela. And interesting, Miss Angela has really been in the creative industry for years. I remember I told her earlier that her music took us through university. For some of us who were in university in the 2009, 2010, you remember a group called Tattoo? Yes. Yes, Miss Angela, they had a very popular song, and Kenyans, during the time, it was on all Ugandan radio stations. And so I'm really happy to have someone from the creative industry sitting here with us today. And I want to know, as a representative of IFP today, how have the presence or lack thereof of policies, towards women in the creative industry, how have they impacted, the women's participation in intellectual property? And are there any steps that IFP is taking to ensure that women creators and producers adequately protected and supported? Because, women in the music industry, for starters, there's some of our biggest intellectual property creators in the world.
Thank you, Paula. Sorry, I hope you can hear me. Thank you for that introduction, first and foremost. And by the way, it was 2003, not 2009 when I was singing. So, and I had actually cleared campus, but please don't calculate my age. So being with that background of just being in music and my passion for the music industry and my legal background, I think just very pertinent in what I'm doing today at IFPI. I'm the regional director of Sub-Saharan Africa, as Paula had mentioned. And what we do at IFPI, which is the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry, is that we are the voice of the recording music industry globally. And for our office in Sub-Saharan Africa, which was established in 2020, actually IFPI itself was established in 1933, but our Sub-Saharan Africa office was established just 4 or 5 years ago. We actually had priorities that we sat down and said, since, yes, it's a new office, we have these challenges of the music industry in the region, what can we actually do to ensure that there are policies in place to ensure that, the music industry thrives? So we did put together some priority areas, such as legislative frameworks, legal and legislative frameworks, collective management. I think we know for each country we are really struggling with our collective management systems, just ensuring that they're more efficient and effective in how we're able to get more transparent systems and accountable to ensure that at least the rights holders are given their royalties. And also some of the priorities that we had is content protection and enforcement, and also global data and analysis. And just to mention, not necessarily specific, I have to put a disclaimer, as IFPI, we don't specifically target, women policies, but I do believe that in terms of our trainings, we do at least make sure that we have women representation, and that calls even from within the organization itself. As a global body, our secretariat is in London, and I just recall that our CEO was asked, the other day, how do you ensure, at least even internally, you have women representation, because we do have, our CEO was a woman, the one who just left. The new one is also a woman. Most of our directors are actually more than 50% are women. So she was asked, how do you make sure that you have women representation in the company? And her answer was simple. I do not even have any policies in place to make sure that the women are, employed. I simply just, put out the advertisements. I do the interviews, and I choose the best candidate, and it just happens to be a woman. I found that statement so powerful that, as women, sometimes we feel like we are, the underdogs, but, we actually, fit to the task to be able to be at par with the men. So in that light, just to mention that some of those priorities, and especially at the legislative frameworks, we do work with governments very closely to be able to, just build on those policy issues that we are facing. Right now, and as Maureen had mentioned, which I'd like to just highlight some of the issues that we work on to be able to push this agenda. If we talk about the AFCFTA, for example, we have, the IP protocol, which is currently being discussed, the copyright one in specific, which is specific to the music industry. I think it's really critical, as much as it's an opportunity for us to actually advance cross-border trade in the region, and including, e-commerce or even music in general. I think we need to be able to flag some of the issues that we've raised or we've seen in the protocol so far, to ensure that the IP protocol upholds rights of the rights holders, and to enable them exercise and commercialize, because today we're talking about commercialization of IP, and in our case, in most of the copyright holders, and their work, as opposed to downgrading these rights, to just mere remuneration rights. That means that you have to be able to give the rights holders the right to be able to make a decision, and give them those exclusive rights to ensure that they're able to commercialize. Because in the music industry, you find that maybe, traditionally, even especially in our region, it's not really known as, music is not known as business. And that should be a narrative that should change. Can you make a living? I remember when I was growing up and I was going into the music industry, at that time, I was actually in law school, and my mother used to be told at work, oh, how can you let your daughter sing? And she's actually doing law, will she be able to finish? Just all sorts of reasons that have been put forward, because people have not really understood that music is business. It's just, it seems it's entertainment, yes, but at the end of the day, the musicians, the rights holders, the investors, they are actually investors in the music who need to be able to be looked at after. So as IFPI, we really have to push, we really try to push that narrative that music is business. We need to be able to have investments. The investors who are our members are supposed to at least get their return on investments and be able to commercialize, the music industry. So the IP protocol is really, really crucial at this point to be able to highlight these issues. And I hope that if there are any people here who have interactions with the AFCFTA's secretariat, to be able to ensure that our rights remain as exclusive. And one last thing on the AFCFTA as well, and we have to also discuss this generally as a region, is with the digitization, music is now mostly digitized. We need to look basically into the AI issues that are currently trending. If you look at what we really need to see is more of transparency in the systems. I think you've heard and you've seen, even if you look at the US elections, how the presidential candidates are really fighting each other and putting out AI-generated music videos, and without even permission, without being able to get the right the rights really stated who has actually made this music or those. So it's really meaningful to have transparency in relation to the context used by AI developers in training their models, so that rights holders especially in our region, can establish whether or not their works have been used, and of course can be able to monetize those rights. And on top of this, to have the rights holders be able to exercise and enforce their existing rights, not to have them taken without authorization and based on the copyright exceptions. So we have to be really careful, even as a region, when we work on copyright exceptions. We have to ensure that it's particular to specific industries, but for the music industry, we have to ensure that specifically also to be able to support women who are really trying hard in the region. We have our stars, the Libiancas, the Thames, the Tylers, you know, who have really done well, and of course even the historical ones, Yvonne Chaka Chaka, you know, all those women who have really done well in the industry, to be able to support those women to ensure that music is able to thrive, not only thrive in terms of entertainment, but thrive as a music business. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Oh, thank you so much, Angela. And I think my key takeaway from your presentation is that music is business. It's not just entertainment. And I guess we go back to the question, where is the money? And as we speak about the money, I think it's also imperative that we hear from the ladies, you know, who are actually on the side of business, the entrepreneurs. And amongst our panelists, we have Miss Gloria. And Miss Gloria is both an entrepreneur, but she also sits on the side of what I would call a support mechanism. And she's, like I said, she's the chairperson for the African Women Entrepreneurship Network, the Rwandan chapter. And Miss Gloria, I would love to hear from you about, in terms of challenges, you know, since we started here, we've been hearing about challenges, you know, that women face, that barriers that have, you know, stood in their way. And in your experience, both with AWAPE and also as an entrepreneur with Glow Creations, and also coming from Rwanda, that we initially had some initiatives that are going on. We would love to hear from you in terms of challenges, you know, that and barriers that women face, and also which support mechanisms would you say have been applied or could be applied that would be the most effective, you know, in encouraging women to engage in intellectual property? Ms. Gloria.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. As the moderator said, my name is Gloria, and I have a number of roles. I'm an entrepreneur on the other side, a creative entrepreneur. And then I'm part of the network called AWEP, African Women Entrepreneurship Program. It's an initiative from the US Department of State, and it's a network that has been existent since 2010. So I chair the Rwandan chapter, and across the continent, we have 44 chapters. And in Rwanda, we focus more on, as a chapter, we focus more on export. I would say the challenges are numerous. As you've heard, Rwanda was mentioned that we are doing better in certain areas, especially with IP. I would say that we have a growing number of women innovators. And as it grows, because the business environment really enable women to invent, to innovate, and to create. So I would say through RDB, they are doing its best to make sure that the innovation, the creations of women are being protected, but challenges are there. I would say, for example, there's something, I've heard it a number of times, we have not reached to a level whereby the patent can be considered as guarantee to the bank. As you know, whenever we want to seek a loan, there's need of presenting a collateral. For example, myself, when I started my business, actually this year I'll be celebrating my 20 years of being an artist, being a creative entrepreneur, and I would say it's been a long journey. And I remember I started with very limited funds, but one of the challenge was how can I have access to a loan, and the fact that I don't have a collateral to present. And this is a struggle either for young women, but even for women. And today, we have not reached to a level where we can present our creation patent to be accepted as a guarantee. I think for ARIPO, if you could please advocate to financial institutions. We know that Afreximbank is doing a big effort to support the creative industry, but there's need of more sensitization. And another challenge is that, okay, for Rwanda, where we are positioned, we are a country that have more than two languages. We have the Kinyarwanda, we have French and English. So we are privileged to be part of the English side and the French side. I speak more than 4 languages. So we have so many opportunities when it comes to accessing information. But again, we find that there is a sort of lack of approaches of exchange of experiences between networks. So this need of sharing experiences so that we know, because the IP, what it helps to women businesses is to add value to their businesses so that they have access to the markets. There's one experience we had as a country. In Rwanda, we have a very known, I would say, a creation like it's a basket. It's more traditional. It's called in Kinyarwanda. It's called agaseke. It's a type of woven. It can be in form of tray. It can be in form of something like a pot that can be used for decoration. And that product got a big success in the US. And guess what? Chinese started replicating them. So it was a big threat to us. So there's need of seeing how to work closely with other international institutions to make sure that our products are not being copied by developed countries. We know that in West Africa, there's one country that has really did its best to have the fabric being protected. It cannot be copied. It's called Burkina Faso, and it has a name, and everyone knows that the product is from that country. So there's need of seeing how to share more information and making sure that institutions from other developed countries raise the awareness to companies from developed countries to respect the products from the continent. So another thing which I want to say as a challenge, there are no, I would say, it depends of sectors. There are no, like, for example, like grants dedicated for those in the handcraft sector. We don't find grants that can support women in the handcraft sector so that they work on the protection of creation. What I would say is that in Rwanda, we are one of the countries in the region, East region, whereby the fees for protecting our products, for having copyrights, trademark, and everything is very low. So, which is enabling women to be able to protect their work. So there's need of raising awareness even to other institutions that are supporting financially to consider making grants that can support women in protecting the patent. I heard the story from our sister from Lesotho. She needs 15,000 USD. So she has to find a way to raise that money. So imagine for low-income women, and they are big in numbers.
how those women can be supported. That's why I'm requesting that there should be more opportunities on grants. And then we should even find a way of accessing to information, because even information too is very key. Like information can be shared, but there's need of guidance and even mentorship. We should have different approaches of mentoring, because we have those who have not been to school, we have those who are in town, we have different levels. And today we see that in education, young girls are coming up with solutions. So that's what I could say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gloria. We've had some very interesting perspectives from our panelists and the organizations and the offices that they represent. And just in our next session, I'll be giving our panelists a minute each, just so we can have an interactive session. And, without wasting time, Ms. Mampo, I'm sure all of us here are wondering, 7 patents, 1 failed in 1995? How did you do it? How have you been able to do it as a woman, 1995 to date?
I didn't really get the question, but I'll try to answer
I want to know how you've been able to file 7 patents.
To file, okay.
1 all the way in 1995.
Okay. I would say I'm a problem solver by nature. So when there's a problem, then you're saying an inventor or an innovator has to provide a solution. Like the solution of funding, unfortunately in Lesotho, you don't take 2 hours to register a company, it takes a long time. Otherwise, I'm registering a public company that we call it Basotho Venture Capital, whereby we are trying to raise funding so that we can see which projects are viable that we can fund. I've been inventing since 1995. Unfortunately, I was still married at that time, and I put my husband's name on the application. So when we divorced, that meant I couldn't use the.
Oh, wow. And I think that brings into perspective the social challenges that were mentioned here, that women, go through. Women are innovating, but, we also have, social barriers. We are married, we've got children, you have to step out of the field, step back in, you put your husband, because depending on the time and the season and, your social life. So that was very interesting to learn. And it really makes all the more this conference, the importance of this conference, and these initiatives and support mechanisms that should be in place. We don't know what's happening out there, with our women and who is owning some of their intellectual property rights. So we know that even if they are filing, they might be filing under the wrong parties. And maybe we could hear from Miss Angela. You have been in the industry, one as a creator, as a creator in intellectual property, and now you sit on the other side, of the table. And from your experience, back then, what were some of the challenges you faced? Has the scenery changed? Have policies been implemented that have made things easier now, or is it still the same landscape?
Oh, thank you, Paula. That's very interesting. I think 20 years ago, especially in Kenya, when we began singing, as I mentioned before, it was really hard even for, women, or let me say, since I was a girl then, for girls to actually get into the music scene. I think maybe you might have heard those days, there's a lot of, exploitation of all sorts, especially sexual exploitation for the women when they enter into the creative space, especially because mainly of lack of funding. And you find that most of the producers who are men at that particular point, would be able to take advantage. And even I remember when I was going to music, my mom was really, really worried for me, but she knew I was a hard nut to crack, so she knew I would be safe. But even looking at around all the other girls or women at that particular point trying to get into the industry was pretty tough. I used to hear all sorts of stories, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is like a horror story. So I think right now with everything and empowerment of women and everything that's, all the social norms, being able to change, women being more educated, there's more sensitization, being more woke, if I may say. It's really helped the industry to even have more women, to be able to even defend themselves, out there. I know that there's, an African proverb that says, if you educate a man, you educate a man, the individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate her, the nation. Yes. So I think being able to educate, women actually has had a ripple effect, and being able to, have all the other, mentees being able to, come up into the system, giving them all the tools that are needed to be able to be in the music industry has really helped. And I really love, like, even if I look at Kenya alone, there's so many, women in the music industry, and even in the recording industry itself, like producers are now increasing, year on year. So it's really good that at least, not necessarily, maybe there are not necessarily policies in place that have made this happen, but just general, normative, just norms that are changing slowly by slowly, and women are respected now, and we can be able to hold our place in society. So I think it's really, it's a good place for us, even as women, as we grow into it. I know maybe the numbers are not really showing, but you see, for copyright, it's different because we don't really have mandatory registration requirements. Copyright is an automatic right, unlike trademarks or other industrial property rights. So being that, we may not really have the true picture and the true numbers. I remember in the morning, Mr. Gaba mentioning that they only had, I think, 167 filings for copyright and over 2,000 for trademarks. But I guess maybe because they have also just begun, maybe registering on copyrights, and it's voluntary. So it's not a must, because you see the requirement of copyright doesn't necessarily need you to register for it to actually gain the copyright, as opposed to other intellectual property rights. So just having that sensitization, having that education, having capacity building, mentoring programs has really, really helped the music industry in all spheres, even in terms of even the copyright itself, who are the composers, authors, publishers, just the whole ecosystem of the music industry. So it's really encouraging, I would say.
Okay, that's wonderful to hear. At least we've made some progress.
Yeah,
at least we've made some progress. And,
but it can be better. It can be better.
It should be better. and Ms. Gloria did mention about, in one of the support mechanisms, about collaboration. And I'm curious to hear from Ms. Maureen, in terms of collaboration, if it's already in place or if it's not in place, like the nature that the collaboration would take, say, from the regional perspective, collaborating with the national, and then we've got the organizations, we've got the private sector. Do you have that already at ARIPO? Any collaboration with women? Like I say today, you're in collaboration with AFRIPI. Do you have any that are in collaboration with women, or have you put in place some initiatives towards that? More on the organization, private sector, because you do work with the national, more on the organizations within the countries and the private sector.
Thank you very much for that question. Well, at ARIPO, we have been collaborating, and I mentioned about the partnership aspect, and we look at where there are opportunities in the different IP rights that are present and the different partners who are interested on different IP rights. So we go with strategic partners. There's so many. I can't mention one after the other, but one of the partners who we have jointly organized this Women in IP, we have AFRIPI through the EU, the project that we have. We also have many collaborations with WIPO. For example, also I had mentioned about the IP School Club, whereby we collaborate with WIPO in terms of offering that. And we have the MIP programs, the Masters in Intellectual Property programs, and these are currently in 3 countries, ARIPO member states. We have Zimbabwe, Africa University, we have Ghana, NAST, and we have the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. And through these programs, most of us, even here in the panel, are alumni of the Masters in Intellectual Property. So the women have been given that opportunity, and ARIPO offers scholarships in terms of people doing those master's programs together with WIPO scholarships. So it is a collaborative engagement that we are in. The partnership is bearing meaningful fruits because most of those who have gone through the MIP program, they are in leadership positions. We have RG Gamai here from Liberia and many others from the different countries. Also in Mozambique, the RG there also, you know, who had done the MIP program. So it's actually quite a lot, and with our member states, who are our main focal person, they are our bosses, the member states. Through their needs assessment, whatever is needed, we collaborate in terms of ensuring we deliver, that they benefit through having the ARIPO system that is in place. So a lot of capacity building, advocacy, outreach have been done. Startups, SMEs, innovation centers, innovation hubs, the TISC, the ARPET, they're quite a lot, and also in the creative industry sectors. We really work together with our strategic partners and the member states in terms of elevating the rights holders from where they are to take them to another level. And through all this engagement, we do our best to foster creativity and innovation, and we want to change the IP landscape in Africa. As mentioned earlier, I had said that we are not where we want to be, but we are not where we used to be. So where we want to be, it's still a road that we want to head. There's light at the end of the tunnel, and it's a positive trajectory where ARIPO and the member states and the partners are taking the IP for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen. And I guess the ladies here would want to know, if they want to collaborate with ARIPO, how do they go about it? Who do they go through? How do they approach ARIPO if they want to have a collaboration? I'm sure some of the ladies here are curious.
Thank you very much for that good question. As mentioned earlier, that ARIPO is an intergovernmental organization, and the member states are the ones who created ARIPO. So far we have 22 countries. So the individual, for example, there is an individual who wants to collaborate with ARIPO. We need the individual from that specific country to at least engage the member state IP office on what they really want to do with ARIPO. And through the IP office, then they engage ARIPO, and we see how we can be able to assist whoever needs to collaborate with ARIPO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maureen. And I guess now I'm really curious when it comes to Ms. Gamay. I want to know, when you mentioned in terms of legislation that we need some policy and support adjustments, and then legislation that is sort of gender biased towards, are supporting women. Can you highlight for us what that would look like in the legislation, or any, successful initiatives that have been done around the world that you believe should also, be part and parcel of our legislation and policies?
Thank you so much. So in Liberia, for politicians, they have parliament, they have 30% for women. So I'm saying if you can have 30% for women for politicians, you could have 5% or 10% for women for IP in our national IP laws. So it's a proposed suggestion that I'm saying here, because I realize that this women in IP is a new thing, but we can make it happen through our IP offices, because most of us here are key player. ARIPO is here, AFRIP is here. The national IP offices are represented here, so we can take it to our policy makers, and it can be something to be amended in our national law. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I guess when it comes to the laws and Ms. Mampo, you are our legislator here today, and even though you're also our innovator, we're also curious when it comes to the legislation side. And I'm curious about your views on the parliament, the legislature, collaborating with IP officers. I don't know if it's happening in Lesotho, but collaboration with IP officers, regional organizations, but from the perspective of the legislature, one. And then two, are there any initiatives in the broader SADC region, that are aimed at strengthening the participation of women in intellectual property or in entrepreneurship generally?
That's a big one.
Yes.
I would say I think in terms of laws, there's no challenge. The big challenge is on the ground. Who's implementing the law? The laws are there. Chinese are still copying, and they're selling back to us. Because once they make a product that was made in Africa, you'll find that most of the time they bring it back to Africa. They do in the traditional Zulu, Sotho, and Xhosa traditional way, and they're mass producing them and selling it back to the Xhosas. And openly. Like I said, you find your Gucci scarves, shoes, and stuff being sold in shops, in malls that are fake. So you will say the problem is enforcement, not the law. That's my take.
Ms. Gloria, you are from the creative industry. Do you want to highlight on that?
Thank you.
From your experience?
Sorry? Yes, what I can say, there is such a battle when it comes to enforcement. Sometimes I even wonder, especially the MPs, if they really understand all the processes that women innovation go through.
but there's need of, on our side as creators to keep, I would say, the education, and of course there are times we give up, but it's a battle that we have to go on and on, because like I would say in Rwanda, we've been going into reinforcing certain things, but it's ongoing. The conversation has to be on and on. We see that, I can give you an example of things that are being created on the continent, like fabrics. Africans like fabrics. But you find that most patterns that belong to Africa are being used on fabrics, and everything assembled in China, India, and they come back to us. So it's up to us to find a way, how do we tell our officials this should stop? But as you know, we are going through a number of change, like there's this trade agreement that is promoting trade within the African countries, the FCTA. We hope, but the conversation has to go on, and then raising awareness, but again, even requesting our country government to see what can be done, that like the copies of our products to reduce, to come on the continent. So there's a lot of work to do. And another thing which I would say is that every African country does not have the same willingness. Like as for Rwanda, the government willingness is so strong, and we see improvement year by year. So it's up to other countries too to have that willingness to make sure that they protect the work of the creators and other companies.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gloria. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to conversations around women, just like us women, we could go on and on. There is just so much to talk about. And lucky for us, we have 2 other days where we are going to be having more conversations on women in IP. And we are a little bit out of time for our panel discussions, and I would love to open up the floor to any questions that should be directed to our panelists. Okay, just a minute.
I forgot to mention that, like I said, I started inventing since 1995, but to date, I'm still the only woman inventor. So that means we have,
In Lesotho?
yes. So that means we still have a problem.
Yes, we still have a problem, but
Yes.
yeah, kudos to you. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, we would love to get questions. There's the microphone that is going around.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nambata.
Kindly just give us the question, and the panelists that maybe you're directing it to, if there's
just
any.
going to just mention 3, but they cut across.
Sorry?
I'm just going to mention 3 points, but they cut across.
Just keep them
I may not remember the names. I'm Dr. Nambata Grace Sheine, in charge of Traditional Medicine Research, Ministry of Health here in Uganda. And my first point is to really back up the need to ensure that patents can be leveraged as collateral. I just witnessed a scenario in the bank here where they announced funds for women in business, similar to what the vice president talked of that she's going to launch. Trust me, in the banks, they are really asking for collateral. And they are thinking in levels of market women. The levels they are thinking about, they wouldn't think there are even innovators in here. So there is need to know, are we talking about the same woman? The other one is to map power brokers in IP so that those women in the banks or those in funding are also mentored, because they may not be in the entrepreneurship ship, but then their thinking can cut down all this. And one way to increase inclusiveness is in expediting policies on indigenous knowledge, like in the docket of traditional medicine. Once that one is expedited, there are lots of potential innovators out there. Thank you. This is just cutting across. Maybe they're just comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nambetia.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose. I'm an entrepreneur from the Gambia. So my question reads, how can ARIPO member states integrate artificial intelligence into their IP systems to better support and protect women innovators? And what are the potential risks and benefits of using AI? Thank you.
Okay, we could get one more question, and then I'll direct it to the respective.
Good afternoon, I'm Margaret from Sierra Leone. I'm directing this question to Maureen. I heard you talk about value chain. I've been thinking that in the area of agriculture, they have a value chain. That's from the time you conceive the idea of growing a particular improved variety, you have the land, the seed, on to taking care of the crop, to marketing, packaging, all of those things. They have it. And then they also have a buyback agreement. That is to say, when the products are ready, there is ready market for it. Our women are trying in their little ways. They are producing. But we also have a problem of marketing. There is no market. Mostly they produce, but they do not have the market. So my question is ARIPO thinking in the direction of making those agreements with partners out there so that when our women produce their products, there will be markets out there for them to sell?
Thank you. Ms. Maureen, would you like to? I think both questions are directed to you.
Thank you very much for those very good questions. How can ARIPO member states integrate artificial intelligence? And what are the risks? Yes, indeed, artificial intelligence is here and it's here to stay. There are various issues which are policy related that are looking at artificial intelligence. At the international level, there are discussions ongoing at WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. We have discussions at the Africa Union in terms of coming up with a strategy for Africa on artificial intelligence. And also at ARIPO, these discussions have been going on. And what is basically looking at is, for example, on the authorship aspect. Authorship or inventorship. Who is the inventor on such kinds of works that are generated by artificial intelligence? And who is the owner of those works? And who are we going to credit in terms of ownership? And for the works that, for example, use on the copyright side, so how are you going to use those works? Will there be liability? Who is going to be liable in such kind of works, in the output of this artificial intelligence? So there are so many policy issues which need to be answered, and we need to look at our IP laws. When we look at the international treaties or conventions, they basically are human-centric. And having human-centric, it means that whatever then is the output of AI then may not be able to be protected in terms of the human-centric conventions and such. But we have countries, for example, the European Union, they have come up with the artificial intelligence law. We have China, they have come up with regulations that deal with artificial intelligence. So as Africa, what do we need to do? We need to have such kind of candid discussions in terms of how best we cannot ignore artificial intelligence, and we have to see how can we help our policymakers in terms of being able to find a way so that whatever comes, the developers of the artificial intelligence, the ones who are feeding, the owners of it, and all those, how can we, and the copyright owners and the inventors themselves, how can they all benefit in this process? And talking to that, we may, I'm not concluding, but we may decide to have a sui generis system in terms of artificial intelligence protection. So the risks are there, risk in terms of liability. Who are you going to sue when this artificial intelligence then actually infringes a work or infringes somebody else's IP right? So there are different kinds of dynamics that need to be looked at, and all these things which the legislators and policymakers and us as part of this conference, we can be able to at least advise and propose so that we can guide the policymakers. There is no one size fits all, so according to the country development stage and how it is, we have to have different kind of options in terms of being able to address such kinds of issues. So about the value chain, in terms of whether ARIPO can be able to work with partners so that the produce from the agriculturalist can have or can find market. Indeed, we have partners. For example, we have the Arusha Protocol for protection of plant breeders' rights. But at the same time, we're working closely with the UPOV at WIPO, and through them, we are trying to reinforce our systems. And I believe that through these kinds of engagement, it is an area whereby we can explore in terms of seeing how best can we assist our plant breeders and what do they need, what specific needs. So if it is a need of a market, if it's a need of trying how best to protect their IP, the Arusha Protocol is there, and we need member states to actually ratify the Arusha Protocol and be able to benefit from what it offers. Because if you don't ratify or accede to this Arusha Protocol, then the agriculturalists in that specific country stand not to benefit on the advantages that the protocol has in place. So this one, it can be addressed at that level, but also as a country to put in place laws and regulations, for example, that enhance the agriculturalists and their protection of their new varieties of plants. So I think I can stop here and we can take it further. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Maureen. I think in the interest of time, we'll make...
Let me just say something to my sister from Sierra Leone. You talk about value chain. Yes, it's good to talk about value chain, but at your IP office, I think one of the things you need to do is, like we enrolled the IP clinic. First, you need to teach the SMEs, some of them, they are doing packaging, how to do well packaging. So when you do the well packaging, products from Sierra Leone will be able to trade in maybe Guinea, Liberia, or across the country based on your packaging. Not only protecting them, but you have to teach them how to do marketing as well, commercialization. So the IP have whole value chain. It's not just protection. After the protection, what next? Are we teaching them how to sell their products? Are we teaching them how to do well packaging? From the 3 months program we had in Liberia, I can tell you one of the SMEs, she rose from 50% to 100% based on the packaging. And she attended this program in Rwanda. She was one of the best SMEs in terms of packaging. So we have to keep giving them awareness, keep teaching them what to do and how to do it and how to sell. Because ARIPO can do all. ARIPO is doing well. ARIPO is coming in my country next month for SMEs, IP access. They are coming to teach people from my country. But as IP practitioner, as IP office, we have to help ARIPO and AFRIP because it can't be every day ARIPO coming in and we as IP officers, we keep asking for training. So we have to do ourselves, our best and help our SMEs to teach them, to guide them through our various programs. You have to enroll a lot of programs for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I guess that really touches on the issue of support mechanisms that are required. Now, in the interest of time, I think we'll make provision for 2 more questions. I believe we're all tired. I don't know where the microphone is. We can have 2 more questions and keep them brief. Also, for the panelists, please keep your responses brief.
I'm so happy to be here. I'm from Sierra Leone. I'm Alima Tukuruma. And I just want to say something about what my sister said from Liberia. Yes, as for Sierra Leone, we have great innovators, but we don't have better packaging. And remember, one of our challenges is finance. So how can ARIPO help us to get direct grants? I don't know. If my sister Maurice, are you Maurice? Maureen, if you can help me answer that question, I would appreciate you. So, and ARIPO, you are not just talking about protection, you talk about finance. Because finance holds everything about packaging and everything about innovation.
Let's have 1 or 2 questions. Keep them brief, please.
Good afternoon.
So
can I ask then you answer together? I'll be quick.
Are they all directed towards Ms. Maureen?
Yes. I'm an entrepreneur in Malawi. I'm an innovator. This is one of my products. These are herbal teas. My listening to you and also sometimes where I've had to consult the office in Malawi, I find it, the risk that I see for me is having spent so much effort in branding, like we have rebranded, the product is not looking like this now. I've spent so much money and my own intellectual power to come up with a different brand that is looking good. How can I be assisted to protect that so that when it gets on the market, no one copies, just because for the other person, it's just a matter of looking at it and copy, and then you are competing on the same market. Thank you.
All right. Let's just have 1 more question. And I think we should keep some of the ARIPO questions within ARIPO's mandate, and also some of the questions have been answered in terms of what Ms. Maureen's presentation has been. So I'll ask that she also keeps her responses brief.
So I'm from Sierra Leone. The IP management clinic was offered by WIPO. It's a program. And I know that your director was at WIPO. So what she needs to do is to get request for this program, and they will enroll it in Sierra Leone. I'm having a 2nd phase. The 1st phase, we had 30% SMEs, and they had a training. So we are enrolling a 2nd phase, which will be over 100 SMEs. So it's just doing a request to WIPO, and WIPO had a program that will help your country. For the lady up there, she talks about how to protect her intellectual property rights. For this particular program in Liberia, when we enroll the program, after the program, the 30 SMEs, we gave them a waiver. Come and just do your publication, because we have to do the publication. You have to do the publication so that the public can know that this right is for you. But all the other fees were waived because they enroll in the program. It's a form of discount and encouraging SMEs. So I don't know about your country, but in my country, we are doing a lot for SMEs to encourage them in intellectual property rights, because there are a lot of people who have IP rights, but they don't have the finances to protect their rights. Thank you.
Just allow me to add something. just on that particular question, where you have already, it just depends. I think it's always important for entrepreneurs to know that there are also IP lawyers out there that can actually help you. To be able to talk to them, to understand really, like if you look at your product, you're saying you have, maybe it's a design, that it's a new design, you can be able to register that. If it's a trademark you want to protect, to ensure that nobody is able to counterfeit, you know, and print it in your name or your trademark, that's another trademark application. If it's something innovative, maybe the product itself or whatever it is, you know, there are different levels, or if it's something technology behind it, you know, there are different levels of protection of IP, whether it's a patent, whether it's a trademark, whether it's a design. Copyright really, maybe even copyright in the words or whatever it is that you're writing, the literary works. So it's so much, and I think it's so much even for an entrepreneur to really understand the deeper, you know, issues. But that's why IP lawyers exist. I don't know if Paula is going to sell herself here, but I'm sure there are a few of IP lawyers here you can be able to visit, and they can be able to give you the right legal advice. And that's why it's a technical subject, I have to say. And I would recommend that you actually see an IP lawyer, and hopefully they won't charge you as much to be able to give you the right legal advice. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think, just maybe to mention that every person here, in every country that is an ARIPO member, we do have agents that can easily approach ARIPO in terms of protecting your trademarks or your intellectual property, you know, across borders. And so not all your questions will be answered in this session, but you can meet Ms. Maureen at the end if you still have some more questions for her, and she can answer them. And I'll just ask that we have one more question. Hopefully that's not directed to ARIPO. So,
no, it's not.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gezile from Zambia. My questions are directed at a Member of Parliament from Lesotho. What policies that have you put in place to encourage innovators and inventors? Because I know for innovation landscape to change in a country, policies must be deliberately put in place to empower the IP office. Because I'm saying that I'm coming from academia and an innovator myself. I was discovered by accident. I didn't know what I was doing was actually inventing or innovating something. My other question is directed at the African Women Entrepreneurship Program chairperson from Rwanda. What type of mentorship programs have you put in place that have seen many of your SMEs flourish in your country? Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, keep them brief.
Maybe let me start.
Okay.
Yes, what I would say, as our Rwanda, we have a collaboration with Sherry Blair Foundation. They have a mentorship program, and most of the mentors that you are being given, they have with such, I would say, a level of expertise, because when we give our members to be mentees, they are being asked what are their needs. So, and like for example, this is the approach I've been doing for the past few years. Mostly you find that women don't understand, okay, what am I going to benefit from the mentorship program? And so whenever like we hear from them, like depending the sector they are in, we give them an example of, you know, for example, if one of the ladies is into agriculture and looking to export, and we encourage them to request a mentor that has an expertise on specific area, and even IP2 is mentioned, so that they get the guidance on how they should go about. So that's one. And second, we do allow a bit of consultation. That's where maybe I played that role, because I've been able to go through trainings of WIPO and understanding how the IP right work. And I've been even attending, even though I'm not in the agriculture sector, but in order to know how to serve well our members, it's very important even to understand what are the challenges they are facing. So we do one-on-one consultation and even connecting them with RDB agents to assist them in knowing the answers to their questions. There's something else I wanted to add to what Liberia and my sisters shared. What most women entrepreneurs forget, whenever we are about to create a new product, we always forget to involve the cost of patent and everything. We forget. I'm saying it out of experience because sometimes we think that, some of you mentioned ARIPO to help you. What ARIPO will do is to advocate. That's what it will do. But on the other side, you have to, if for example, you want to sell a specific product, you have to know the category of clientele you want. And the category of clientele, you have the right to add a certain percentage of the cost that will help you to face the issue of packaging and everything. Let me give you an example of something that I recently saw. This is a big institution on the continent. I don't want to mention the name. And that institution makes sure every year to order products that are made in Africa. And then I was at a friend who works at that institution, and he showed me very luxury, well-packed products. And I saw on the back Rwandan green tea, and with another type of ingredient. But under, I saw the name of the company, and I researched on that company, and I found that it was not a Rwandan company, and it was a company registered in South Africa, but run, like the owner of the company is from Ivory Coast. But the product, the green tea, you can't see the name of where it came from. So I was a bit disturbed. So Rwandan green tea is being known, but we can't know where it comes from, which company. So, and I remember I even engaged with few factories. Are you allowing this? And they say, yes, we don't, no, they don't allow. I remember the recent visit I made to one of the factories, they said they don't allow. So you can find that a product is being there, showcased, but only one company is known, but the other company is not known. You can imagine where is the protection of where the tea is coming from. So it's very important that as a business, to have that cost, if you really want to have a good packaging, you know that the client you're targeting will be able to pay that cost, because you'll not be able to get like a special financial support to help you to do that. So you have to find another solution in order to find the packaging that you want. And we know that in our African countries, we are not having like specialized companies that are bringing packaging that suit our products. It's an issue. It has been an issue for decades, but we need to have initiatives that remove those gaps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gloria. Ms. Mampo, if you can keep it brief, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would say in terms of policies, we do have enough policies that are addressing most of the challenges that we have in IP. It's just that, like we mentioned, that with the access to information is still a problem. And in Lesotho, we have 2 official languages, but most of the documentation is still in English. So we feel it must be in both languages. And the access to funding, there was a mention that ARIPO maybe should also consider not just the protection, but how now it can come in the gap of access to funding. So I would suggest that ARIPO takes this one home and discuss it with the member states on how they can raise funding and make access to funding easier, especially for the women in the member states. And we still need also to work on the mindset. We still don't appreciate innovation. And it's not everything that is innovated that can be protected. For instance, I have this product. It is my product. Unfortunately, it is not patentable. I developed it, and then when they saw it booming, they decided to try to take the recipe and started manufacturing the same product. They went to an extent that they even burned down my factory to ashes. And then these other new companies started coming up with their own brands. So it's not everything that is patentable. It's just that now you have to work around how you can protect your brand. It will be just the brand, but not the formula. So it's so unfortunate that some of these formulas can't be protected.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mampo. Ladies and gentlemen, I would really have loved to continue this conversation, but I do not wish to keep you here past 6 p.m. However, I just want to note that we have very interesting sessions tomorrow that are touching, especially on some of your questions when it comes to SMEs and entrepreneurship and all of these different concerns that you have. So I believe that by the end of our conference, majority of these questions that you have will have been answered. Additionally, the ladies are here, and feel free to approach any one of the panelists that you feel you would love to speak to a little more. You will have a lot of time between now and Friday. Unfortunately, because of time, I will not be giving my panelists one last minute. I believe I do not really wish to keep people here. So I would love to thank you, our audience, for staying through, despite that we have ended today's session a little late. It will be better tomorrow. Trust me, because tomorrow we are beginning and going straight into the day's discussions. But I would love to thank you for staying and being a very formidable audience to have today. I would love to thank my panelists. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation and for giving us the insight and for staying all 1 hour and 30 minutes of this session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to wish you all a lovely evening. And Mark is here, and he will take us through the next.
A round of applause for our moderator and panelists. And they're just going to stay on the stage for a group picture. Thank you so much for the fruitful discussion we have had and the experiences that we have shared, especially what happens in all these different countries and the initiatives that are being undertaken to support women in this area. Let's appreciate our panelists and our wonderful moderator as well for such a fruitful session. Thank you so much. I don't know now, since we're doing the Women in IP conference, I don't know if I should refer to the gentlemen as gentlemen or as well-wishers of the ladies, at least for the next days until Friday. So thank you so much, ladies and well-wishers of the ladies, for being a part of day one. Your presence really has really brightened this function. So I'm going to invite Lynn, who just has an announcement to make just before we close off day one.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good evening, everyone. I bet you're all tired now, but I've got some good news. We can continue our discussions later on tonight. We're going to have a networking dinner where we are all going to meet and further discuss whatever questions that you had. Our dinner, we're going to have it, we had scheduled to have our dinner at 18:30, but now we are going to have our dinner around about 7 p.m. We would like to give the ladies some time to freshen up, pull out those beautiful dresses, and come and join us for the networking dinner. So the networking dinner will be at the Peace Hub, the lower Peace Hub. For directions from the reception, as you are going towards the exit, just after the reception, you turn to your right and then you go down. You won't miss the spot. It looks so beautiful and it is waiting for you. Just a reminder, we have a session tomorrow, so it's just a reminder for you to drink responsibly. Thank you. See you there, and let's be on the lookout for our colleagues. There's a lake close by, so just be on the lookout for our colleagues. Someone would think that it's a glass that they are walking on. It's actually a lake. Thank you.
It was a very important reminder. Thank you so much, Lynn. Once again, thank you so much for being a part of day one, and also to make the announcement that tomorrow we will not be meeting in this hall, but we will be in Albert Hall, which is right below this floor. But there will be a team that will also direct you there tomorrow. So just remember, tomorrow we will not be in this hall, but in Albert Hall. Thank you so much once again, ladies and well-wishers of ladies, for being a part of this event. Have a wonderful evening. We have coffee break. We have a coffee break as well available for you, some tea and snacks if you'd want to have that as well. And also just a quick announcement, somebody left glasses as we're having lunch. If you are missing glasses, just you can see me just to make sure that you get the glasses afterwards. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops, and the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.